Oh, wait. Where am I? A son of a gun, the program crashed immediately. Stupid thing crashing immediately right on the start of the stream. Man, I even checked it before the stream. Restart the program. There we go. Okay, I should come up now. That's obnoxious, but alright. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. Welcome in. So we were going to have just a Media Monday, and then Chonky said something, and now we're playing War Thunder and watching videos. So you can thank him for that. He's been conscripted. He got himself drafted again. However, we're gonna give it a minute or two, give you all a little bit of time to get your prayer requests in. So if you have anything that you would like me to pray on, go ahead. You've got some time. After which, of course, we're going to hop into our Bible reading, our verse of the day today, Luke 1, 46 through 47, and 49. And then we carry on with the book of Psalms, with Psalm 79. Yeah, Chucky, that's all you gotta do, my man. You should know popping your head out of the trench gets you shot at. You popped your head out of the trench. And thus, now we're going to the coal mine. At this point, you need prayer in every way, Varkon? Oh dear. Is everything alright, my friend? How are you? What's going on? Chonky. Of course, if you don't want to say what all is going on, you don't have to, and we'll do an unspoken. But regardless, we will be praying for you, my friend. I'm sorry to hear that things might not be going so well. I know the feeling. I know the feeling. And I will pray for you, brother. And Chonky, you know it's not friendly fire. It was deliberate. Friendly fire would imply that it was potentially accidental. Too much to explain. Every aspect is a wreck. Not in a good position. Alright, my friend. We shall most certainly be praying for you then. But I am sorry to hear that. Of course, of course. Alright, I think we're just about ready then. We can get the ball rolling. Let me pause that music. I guess I can just shut down Spotify because we're not going to need it for the rest of the stream. Same old stuff for you? Alright, Val. Heavenly Father, we come to you today, and as we do, we ask that you open our hearts and our minds, that you provide us wisdom, guidance, and discernment, that we may better understand the lessons that it is that you intend for us to take from today, no matter where they be found or how they be delivered to us. If it be here in the good word, if it be in a sign we see, a conversation we have, something we hear in passing, whatever tool it is you choose to teach us, we just ask that you grant us the wisdom and the insight that is necessary to make use of that lesson, that we may grow as Christians. We ask that you continue to provide a refuge for us, a place where we can gather with our fellow Christians in your might, where we can refresh and renew ourselves. We live in a world full of temptations, tragedies, and enemies all about us that we see us torn down and led astray. And we just ask that you grant us the strength that is necessary to overcome each and every one of those challenges today. We ask that you lay your healing hands on each and every one of us. You know our personal struggles, whether we have admitted them out loud or not. You know what's in our hearts. You know what our needs are better than we do. And we just ask that you grant us those needs and those mercies today. In particular, we lift up our brother Varkon, that you should give him peace, comfort, and guidance as he goes through these struggles, as he works to right his situation. That you give him that reassurance that he is not alone and that no matter what happens, you are at his side and you are guiding him. We also lift up our sister Valmont, that you should continue to work your will in her life and her family, that they should find the place that it is that they need, that to get them into this new home, if that should still be available, that they will be able to find their place where they can settle in and start to grow and prosper. But above all, we ask for your mercy and for your forgiveness, for we are not but sinners and fools, each and every one of us, and that your will be done in our lives. In your heavenly name we pray. Amen. All right. So, let's get into the Bible reading, shall we? So, our verse of the day today, Luke 1, 46 through 47, and then 49. And Mary said, My soul doth magnify the Lord, and my spirit hath rejoiced in my Saviour. For he that is mighty hath done to me great things, and holy is his name. Indeed, indeed. Mary certainly a very blessed individual to have been able to play the part that she played. Though it is so often sad to see her name defiled by how Catholics treat her. It's sad. It is sad. I think you do her wrong whenever when you try to grant her this weird holy status that they like to try to bequeath onto her, instead of acknowledging the life that she led, the work that she did, the good that she did, helping to bring Christ into the world, helping to raise him, and doing her part in our retribution, in our redemption. To then slander it by, ruining her legacy is it is a shame. It is sad. But I am happy that at least in the words that we hear from her, she knew her role, and she was seemingly very proud of it and very thankful to the Lord to have her part, which is good. Not everyone can always do that. Some of us may find our part and what the plan is and still end up kind of rejecting it, We don't always want to take that call to action, that call to service. In fact, most of us tend to reject it and ignore it as best we can, or we get talked out of it by those that are worldly around us. Now, though, for the book of Psalms, with Psalm 79, a psalm of Asaph. Hold up 1 second. I'll be right back. Someone's knocking on my door. Alright, I'm back. Sorry, I had to go check and see what was going on. Good thing I did, too. It was mail, and one of them needed a signature. But, alrighty, now we shall hop in to the Book of Psalms. Marnius, welcome in. I hope that you're doing well. Psalm 79. O God, the heathen are come into thine inheritance. Thy holy temple have they defiled. They have laid Jerusalem on heaps. The dead bodies of thy servants have they given to be meat unto the fowls of the heaven. The flesh of thy saints unto the beast of the earth. Their blood have they shed like water round about Jerusalem, and there was none to bury them. We are become a reproach to our neighbors, a scorn and a derision to them that are round about us. How long, Lord, wilt thou be angry forever? Shall thy jealousy burn like fire? Pour out thy wrath upon the heathen that have not known thee, and upon the kingdoms that have not called upon thy name. For they have devoured Jacob, and laid waste to his dwelling place. O remember not us against our former iniquities. Let thy tender mercies speedily prevent us, for we are brought very low. Help us, O God of our salvation, for the glory of thy name, and deliver us, and purge away our sins for thy name's sake. Wherefore should the heathen say, where is their God? Let him be known among the heathen in our sight, by the revenging of the blood of thy servants which is shed. Let the sighing of the prisoner come before thee, according to the greatness of thy power. Preserve thou those that are appointed to die. And render unto our neighbors sevenfold into their bosom their reproach, wherewith they have reproached thee, O Lord. So we, thy people, and the sheep of thy pasture, will give thee thanks forever. We will shew forth thy praise to all generations. Yes, Marnius, that wasn't an audio problem. You just happened to come in while I had to step away for a moment because there was a delivery at my door and I had to go and receive it. I'm doing well, my friend. I'm doing well. Let me unmute and undeafen. That way Chonky will be able to hear us. The game has finished downloading. Good stuff, good stuff.
But Monsters starred new
I
characters.
do have to
Tug,
apologize
Boo,
right
and
out the
Molly,
gate to
who had
Valmont.
record an impromptu TV
We're
show
finishing
in the
that
basement
video
of the
from a
Muppet apartment
defunct
complex.
land.
The three had help from various other Muppet characters, including Kermit, Fozzie,
and
Gonzo.
playing War
The show
Thunder,
was
so that's a
half
double
live-action
strike.
Muppet performances and half animated sequences, with the cartoon segments
She's gonna
featuring
be
the grown-up
furious.
versions of the Muppet characters as opposed to their baby versions. Kermit would introduce a recurring segment, Kermit the Frog, Private Eye, and Fozzie would host a
What
segment
are
called
we
Fozzie's
playing?
Comedy
Today
Corner.
we're
Despite
playing some
18
War
episodes of
Thunder,
the
the
show being
newest
filmed,
patch.
only 3 were animated, finished, and aired.
The
There were
storm
multiple
warning
issues with the show.
update just
For
dropped
one,
today.
Toei Animation could not keep up with the show's schedule, causing production delays as the live-action segments were completed, with no
And
animated
we're also doing a
segments to
little bit
finish
of
the
a
episodes.
Monday.
Also, while Henson, Oz, Dave Goelz, Richard Hunt, and Jerry Nelson performed their regular Muppet characters for the live-action segments, the animated sequences used voice actors. This resulted in an awkward transition, as in one scene, Jim would be performing Kermit, and immediately afterward, Welker would be providing the voice.
Fozzie Bear and I were hot on the trail of something.
Kermit, what are we hot on the trail of?
I haven't decided yet, Fozzie.
Oh, okay.
The biggest
Got
reason
the
for the show's
M44
remaining
research
15
queued
episodes
up.
never being finished
Which
was
one?
Jim himself, who enacted his quality control authority and pulled the show. This is reportedly due to the less than ideal results in mixing live-action
The
puppetry and
M44 doesn't
animated
tell me
sequences.
much.
Muppet Babies story
there's 6
director
of them
Scott
now,
Shaw
I think.
explained that the live-action Muppet segments brought out the imperfection in Toei's quickly produced animations, making them appear cheap in comparison
USA?
to the Muppets.
Ah, the
CBS and
correct
Marvel
one.
pulled the show, choosing to air 2 episodes of Muppet Babies to fill the block instead. This proved to be even more popular than the hour block with the 2 shows, a testament to just how
Why
beloved
is it
Muppet
not
Babies already
capturing the
was.
game?
The second season of Muppet Babies would air from September 14th to December 7th, 1985. On January 21st, 1986, The Muppets, a celebration of 30 years, premiered on CBS. The special was a banquet for the Muppets, hosted by Fozzie, celebrating their past 30 years of entertainment, with all of the popular Muppets making appearances, and some cameos by forgotten Muppets as well.
Hey, I just have one question, man. How come you look so much better now than you did then?
Well, that's one of the advantages
Is
of being a
it
Muppet.
not
By the way,
capturing
where
the
is
game?
Yorick? Oh.
Marnius, you have a blessed rest today. Thank you for popping
Anyway,
in, my
let's
friend.
remember all the help that I've had through the years. Yorick, will you stop that?
The month after the special premiered, Jim's team was at work filming another special, The Tale of the Bunny
hold on,
Picnic,
let me-
a cute story that Jim and his daughter Cheryl had developed together.
Hello there.
The special starred a new Muppet named Bean Bunny, performed by Steve Whitmire, and it would premiere in late March.
And
Apart from the
thank
occasional
you
Muppet
for the
specials
follow.
or appearances, Jim was fully focused on Labyrinth. The team had finished production on the film in September of
Okay, it's
1985,
capturing
and
the
post-production would
video
run into
now,
early
see if it'll capture
1986,
the game.
with Jim reviewing rough cuts with Lucas. Jim then promoted the film leading up to its June 27th release, hoping that his second
Okay.
non-Muppet directorial
Hold on, so I'm gonna try something, because it is not capturing the game for some reason. Which is not acceptable. It needs to be capturing it. Why you no capture, huh? Hmm. This is strange. Wait, hold on, it's not showing. Oh no, okay. It is at least capturing me talking. So what is the major malfunction here? Why is it not capturing the game, I wonder? Hmm. Okay, let's see if I manually capture, will it now capture the game? Okay, let me try shutting the game down, I guess. Well, we'll try restarting it. Maybe. I don't know what's going on here, but I don't like the implications so far. Okay, try rebooting the game. We will see if she starts up correctly. We may not be able to do both this and the videos. I'm thinking that the resources on the computer might be getting too taxed. I wonder if that's the cause of the issue. This poor laptop. It's just about bricked at this point. It's still not capturing the game. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Gonna close all the tabs that we got open. Try to bring our resource demand down a bit. Swap screens real quick and then pop back into here and see if it's working now. This is strange. I don't know why. Chonky, is it at least like on the... Are you able to hear the stream right now? Because if so, can you tell me, is it at least picking up the game audio, or is it just like dead silent on the stream other than me talking? Trying to figure out just how much of this is broken right now. We may have to just do Media Monday if it's not going to capture the game. In which case you shall be free for a while. No game sound. Uncle Dan, I hope you have a blessed day, my friend. Okay, yeah, so. If that's the case, we're just going to have to do a Media Monday, I guess, because it's not capturing the game at all. So, that is unfortunate, but I guess we'll... Let me rearrange everything and we'll get it all set up. Apologies, Shonky, but I will conscript you later then. For now, you are free. Shut down any unnecessary programs, that way we can free up some resources, because this thing is just about dead. This poor laptop, y'all. This thing is just limping through life right now.
Tug, Boo, and Molly, who had to record an impromptu TV show in the basement of the Muppet apartment complex.
Most unfortunate.
The three had help from various other Muppet characters, including Kermit, Fozzie, and Gonzo. The show was half live-action Muppet performances and half animated sequences.
All right, I'm going to take this opportunity. One moment, I should be right back.
As opposed to their baby versions. Kermit would introduce a recurring segment, Kermit the Frog, Private Eye, and Fozzie would host a segment called Fozzie's Comedy Corner. Despite 18 episodes of the show being filmed, only 3 were animated, finished, and aired. There were multiple issues with the show. For one, Toei Animation could not keep up with the show's schedule, causing production delays as the live-action segments were completed, with no animated segments to finish the episodes. Also, while Henson, Oz, Dave Goelz, Richard Hunt, and Jerry Nelson performed their regular Muppet characters for the live-action segments, the animated sequences used voice actors. This resulted in an awkward transition, as in one scene, Jim would be performing Kermit, and immediately afterward, Welker would be providing the voice.
Fozzie Bear and I were hot on the trail of something.
Kermit, what are we hot on the trail of?
I haven't decided yet, Fozzie.
Oh, okay.
The biggest reason for the show's remaining 15 episodes never being finished was Jim himself, who enacted his quality control authority and pulled the show. This is reportedly due to the less than ideal results in mixing live-action puppetry and animated sequences. Muppet Babies story director Scott Shaw explained that the live-action Muppet segments brought out the imperfection in Toei's quickly produced animations, making them appear cheap in comparison to the Muppets. CBS and Marvel pulled the show, choosing to air 2 episodes of Muppet Babies to fill the block instead. This proved to be even more popular than the hour block with the 2 shows, a testament to just how beloved Muppet Babies already was. The second season of Muppet Babies would air from September 14th to December 7th, 1985. On January 21st, 1986, The Muppets, a celebration of 30 years, premiered on CBS. The special was a banquet for the Muppets, hosted by Fozzie, celebrating their past 30 years of entertainment, with all of the popular Muppets making appearances, and some cameos by forgotten Muppets as well.
Hey, I just have one question, man. How come you look so much better now than you did then?
Well, that's one of the advantages of being a Muppet. By the way, where is Yorick? Oh, Yorick, yes. Anyway, let's remember all the help that I've had through the years. Yorick, will you stop that?
The month after the special premiered, Jim's team was at work filming another special, The Tale of the Bunny Picnic, a cute story that Jim and his daughter Cheryl had developed together. The special starred a new Muppet named Bean Bunny, performed by Steve Whitmire, and it would premiere in late March. Apart from the occasional Muppet specials or appearances, Jim was fully focused on Labyrinth. The team had finished production on the film in September of 1985, and post-production would run into early 1986, with Jim reviewing rough cuts with Lucas. Jim then promoted the film leading up to its June 27th release, hoping that his second non-Muppet directorial effort would be the rousing success he had wanted The Dark Crystal to be. He did not anticipate the exact opposite. Critics were not impressed by the film. Some accused Henson of killing all of the tension and conflict in order to appeal to a family audience, while others, clearly fans of Henson and his work, tried to be gentle in their critiques. But the consensus seemed to be unanimous. The Labyrinth was not the hit that Henson had hoped to make, and many considered it worse than The Dark Crystal. While critics complained about the film they had seen, it seemed that the public was not seeing it at all. The film grossed under $13 million, nowhere near its $25 million
Well, I was hoping that
all
the
money
part that had
Jim's
arrived
production company had put up themselves.
was the CPU
The film's
cooler,
failure
but
was a
it
low
does
point
not.
for Jim. When Dark Crystal received a mixed response from critics, it was at least still
We
financially
continue to limp
successful.
on.
With Labyrinth, Jim had made a film that was both a critical and financial failure, and although it would eventually grow a cult following, at the time, it appeared that Jim was not cut out for Hollywood features. He had fallen in love with the process for multiple reasons. For one, Jim's fascination with world building was satisfied with the lengthy pre-production phase of the feature film cycle. Getting to truly develop a world down to its details, and then construct it for the screen was a dream for his creative mind. Also, being a feature film director was a status symbol in the industry, and Jim seemed to want to be regarded in the same way
you
that
have a good
creator like
time on your
George
stream.
Lucas
God
was.
bless you, and
Those
Merry
were the
Christmas, my
upsides,
friend.
But now, after the film's failure, he was experiencing the downsides. World building is fun, but when an audience rejects the world that a creator imagines, the work seems to have been in vain. With feature films, that is a gamble, and with Labyrinth, it was an expensive, time-consuming gamble that didn't pay off. While Jim attempted to overcome his disappointment, Muppet Babies was entering its third season on CBS. A few changes were made to the show's opening, and Dave Coulier would join the voice cast, replacing Howie Mandel for Baby Animal and Baby Bunsen, while Frank Welker would take over the role of Baby Skeeter. The third season of Muppet Babies would consist of 16 episodes, and would air from September 13th to December 27th, 1986. On December 6th of that year, a Muppet Christmas special, The Christmas Toy, would premiere on ABC. The film, introduced by Kermit, would be produced by the Fraggle Rock team in Toronto. The special centered around a group of toys that come to life when humans leave the room, and one toy having trouble coming to grips with the fact that he will no longer be his child's favorite. This might sound familiar. Labyrinth was an unprecedented disappointment for Jim Henson, and although it made him wary of pursuing more feature films, it did nothing to stop the persistence of his creative mind. In a matter of months, he was on to his next idea. Although he had realized it too late, the weakness of The Dark Crystal and Labyrinth was their respective stories. But if there was one thing that most critics had loved, it was Jim's production design and the Creature Shop's handiwork. He was planning to take this talent back to the arena he knew best: television. And this time, he was going to focus on story. His daughter Lisa had suggested that he and his team should attempt to tackle traditional folktales using the gritty realism of the Creature Shop's designs. She emphasized the role of the storyteller in bringing these old tales to life. Suddenly, Jim could see his next venture, calling producer Duncan Kenworthy and preparing the Creature Shop in London for a new television show that he would call The Storyteller. The English actor John Hurt was chosen to be the show's host, acting as a wise storyteller telling tales in front of a fire, accompanied by his dog, a puppet performed by Brian Henson. Steve Barron would direct the show's pilot, Hans My Hedgehog. The production of the pilot cost nearly $1 million, an enormous amount for a 24-minute episode of television. NBC agreed to air the pilot in January of 1987,
especially at that time.
And the same critics that had been chastising Labyrinth less than a year prior were now heaping praise upon the storyteller. NBC would pick up the series on the critical success alone, and Jim used the delegation skills he had acquired through Fraggle Rock to find the talent to make the show successful without his involvement. Due to the success of Muppet Babies and annoying programming politics developing at HBO, Fraggle Rock ended in early 1987, but a Saturday morning cartoon adaptation of the show would air on NBC later in the year. Similar to Nanny and Muppet Babies, Doc was only seen from the neck down in this series. Fraggle Rock, the animated series, only lasted for one season of 13 episodes, not reaching near the popularity of Muppet Babies. Muppet Babies was renewed for an 18-episode fourth season. 5 episodes of the season would be animated by Toei Animation, while the rest would be animated by Korean animation company ACOM. ACOM would take Toei's place in later seasons as well. Season 4 of Muppet Babies would air from September 19th, 1987 to January 16th, 1988. On November 30th, 1987, Jim Henson was inducted into the Television Academy Hall of Fame. The ceremony began with a tribute to Jim, with Kermit, voiced by Jim but puppeteered by another performer, singing a song about Henson, checking in on the Muppet productions from around the world, including the studio in London, the workshop in New York, Fraggle Rock in Toronto, and Sesame Street. The tribute featured appearances from many Muppet performers, designer Michael Frith, producer David Laser, and Jim's agent Bernie Brillstein. Less than a month later, on December 16, 1987, Jim's creations would unite again with the premiere of A Muppet Family Christmas on ABC. Written by Jerry Jewell,
I'll be honest, I didn't know there was
Christmas
this
special
much
would see Muppets from all
Muppet
of
stuff.
the major productions
I was
interacting,
aware of
with
the
cast of
Muppets,
Muppet
but
Show,
they weren't
Sesame
like
Street,
big
and
for me
Fraggle
as a
Rock
kid.
appearing. There was even a segment with the Muppet Babies. The special ended with all of the Muppets singing a medley of Christmas songs together, including It's in Every One of Us, originally performed in John Denver and the Muppets, A Christmas Together. In the last moments of the special, Jim made a cameo appearance with Sprocket.
Yeah, I like it when they have a good time. But I tell you what, somebody's got to do something about these dishes, Sprocket.
Muppet Babies was renewed for a 13-episode 5th season,
There's
which aired
a
from
ton
September
of
10th
Muppet
to
stuff,
December 3rd,
yeah,
1988.
as I'm finding
An
out.
11-episode 6th season would air from September 16th to November 25th,
Like I was
1989.
aware of like the what was it? A couple of the Muppet movies, and I knew that there had been like some television show, but I didn't know just how
This season
much
saw
there
the addition
was.
of Baby Bean Bunny, voiced by Dave Coulier. The 6th season of Muppet Babies was immediately followed by a 15-episode 7th season, airing from December 2nd, 1989 to November 3rd, 1990. Statler and Waldorf were introduced to the animated series during this season, referred to as Uncle Statler and Uncle Waldorf, both voiced by Dave Coulier. After nearly a year-long hiatus, an 8-episode 8th season of Muppet Babies aired from September 14th to November 2nd, 1991. This put the show over the coveted 100-episode number, making the series desirable to syndicators. This, coupled with the general decline in Saturday morning programming, resulted in the 8th season of Muppet Babies being the show's last. The show's final episode to air was titled 8 Flags Over the Nursery. The episode saw the babies working together to build their own theme park. The last line before the show's credits came from Nanny, remarking, "What will they think of next?" While new episodes of Muppet Babies would not be produced, the show immediately entered syndication, extending its life into the 2000s, and it would eventually be given a new life entirely. The final episode of the original Muppet Babies series was also noteworthy in that it reused a scene from the Kermit the Frog Private Eye segment from an episode of Little Muppet Monsters. This resulted in a single line from Kermit performed by Jim Henson. This was notable, as just over a year before the episode's release, Jim Henson had died.
Dang.
Is this for moving in space? For locating in space?
Yes.
Okay.
So each of these.
In the summer of 1988, 2 years before his passing, Jim began production on a pilot episode of a new show that he was calling The Jim Henson Hour. The program was to be created in the same spirit of Walt Disney's Disneyland, later renamed to Walt Disney Presents and then to Walt Disney's Wonderful World of Color. These anthology series featured Walt Disney showcasing his team's talent and technology, giving a behind-the-scenes look at his productions, as well as introducing various television programs and specials. For Jim, this was a way to experiment with new technology, test show concepts, and increase the viewership of The Storyteller, which was failing in the ratings despite its critical success. Perhaps the most attractive aspect of the Walt Disney format was the opportunity for Jim to bring himself closer to the idea of Walt Disney. Jim, an outspoken fan of Disney's work, was impressed with the company's ability to immortalize its characters. Something had switched in Jim's brain. The creator that always felt
At
that
least there's that. It's sad that he passed away, but it's kind of one of those similar situations to like my view on Walt himself and on other like amazing creators. A lot of them unluckily have passed away. Luckily passed away before they saw the horrific things that have been done to their creations, their legacies. Walt being a perfect example. Man built something that it was his life's ambition, and if you showed Walt Disney today, he'd probably burn it to the ground. The man would be furious. Walt would have a heart attack. Walt would say several words that would get him banned, burn the building down, and then keel over on the spot, I'm fairly certain. Like, I can't imagine it. That's one of those things that if I ever create something that's like genuinely well received, I hope I also will pass away before I see it, warped into something horrific. Like what so many of these people's creations have been.
time was running out, was less focused on doing everything he wanted to before he left. He was now fascinated with the idea of keeping his creations around after he was gone. The way the Walt Disney Company was able to keep characters such as Mickey Mouse in the mainstream decades after the deaths of their creators was unparalleled. When it came to eternalizing creative work, Jim was not going to beat Disney, so he was going to do the next best thing for his legacy and the lives of his characters. If Jim couldn't beat Disney, he was going to join them.
Today's video.
Alright, and I think that's the other half of it, but we'll watch that one. Well, 35 minutes, sure. We'll watch it now, and then we'll push on to the other videos.
Cody, get back to work! It's the end of the series, boss. There's no more ads.
I guess I should turn
I
off
said
the...
work!
change the category.
On May 22, 1990, nearly 5,000 friends, family, fans, and collaborators of the late Jim Henson gathered at the Cathedral Church of St. John the Divine in New York City to celebrate his life. It was the first of 2 memorials to be held for the creator, with the second being planned for London later that summer. An organist played the Sesame Street theme and Rainbow Connection as people strolled past photos of Jim and found their way to their seats. The service began with the Dirty Dozen brass band marching down the aisle, leading the clergy and the choir, followed by the memorial speakers and performers, and finally, Jane Henson and the 5 Henson children. After a song from the choir
I
and
didn't
a prayer,
know he had
Richard
5
Hunt approached
kids.
the microphone, welcoming the nearly full cathedral to the 2-hour memorial.
My goodness.
Backstage at the Muppet Theater, now repurposed into a television studio, Fozzie shouted at his fellow Muppets, telling them to prepare for the big production number. The cast was to put on a tribute for someone, although no one was quite sure who. It wasn't until Scooter burst into the room with a postcard from the group's leader, informing them that the production number was for a man named Jim Henson, although none of the Muppets could seem to remember who that was. Through the chaos and confusion, one thing was painfully apparent. Kermit was missing.
Hello there. My name is Jim Henson, and I'm a puppeteer. I'm called a puppeteer because I work with puppets.
Okay, you're gonna love this story. Greatest story in the world. Hey, thank you, and welcome again to another Muppet Show.
You know, I've got an interesting question because it's just something I was ruminating on from what we were saying earlier. Which do you think you'd prefer? If you had to choose one or the other, which would you prefer? Would you rather have kind of like the, what's his name, the J.R.R. Martin? I think that's that fellow what wrote the what is that show called? Game of Thrones. Would you rather have that kind of a situation where you get to enjoy the fruits of your labor, make an obscene amount of money, but have to live and witness the utter annihilation of your legacy by someone else? Or the Walt Disney, Jim Henson kind of thing, where you never really got to enjoy the thing that you made because you spent your entire life building it, but you don't have to witness it obliterated in public legacy by those that would come after you. If you had to choose one or the other, which would you lean for? I think I'd probably lean for the Henson Walt kind of hang. I'd rather not see the destruction of my creation. But there's also nothing wrong with wanting to, enjoy the fruits of your labor. I just don't know if it would offset it for me.
On July 25th, 1988, Jim Henson stepped onto the set of his brand new TV show, The Jim Henson Hour, to film the show's pilot. Jim had pitched a very vague program to NBC, in which he would host and a variety of things would happen. The only comparable to the type of program Jim was describing was The Wonderful World of Disney, Walt Disney's anthology series that had recently been given a new host, Disney CEO Michael Eisner. There were many things that Jim had proposed. One was Lead-Free TV, a segment satirizing cable television that had developed from an old pitch called Inner Tube. Each episode of the show was to have a celebrity guest star that would be trapped inside of the television, channel surfing from one program parody to another. Another thing,
there's another person I can think of as well now that I think about it. There are two perfect examples for both ends. There's Walt Disney and Jim Henson. So, the types that spend their entire life building this thing and build a legacy don't really ever get to truly enjoy the fruits of their labor, but never have to see the destruction of their legacy. And then there's Martin and Lucas, who both built amazing things and have lived long enough, but have, they got to enjoy the fruits of their labor by essentially allowing outsiders to mess with their legacy, and so they got to live a wealthy lifestyle, but had to witness the destruction of their legacy. So it is kind of interesting, these four big names in creating, and yet they're the perfect two ends of it, You got the two that sold and made a ton of money, and the two that never really got to, but didn't have to see the destruction. In a way, you agree, but you've gone through a few of the first instances where you've left a company and they shelved your code, projects, programs the next week. Taught me that nothing on earth is permanent. God is the only permanence you can rely on. Fair. But I'm not talking about it from a permanence kind of example, I'm talking just the legacy end of it. So the question basically is, which would you rather? Would you rather see your legacy, bastardized, but you made your money off of it and you're able to live a good life because of it? Or would you rather pass away or otherwise be removed from the creation and not have to see it, get ruined by outside influences, I think that's more the basis of it. You'd have your work die in obscurity before it was ruined by fame in today's world. Fair, Chonky, fair.
The plan for the hour was technology demonstrations or behind the scenes at the Muppet Workshop and Creature Shop, a format
but
taken
you are
directly
correct,
from
Uncle
Walt
Dan.
Disney Presents.
God is the only
the show could
permanence
also
you
feature
can
new
expect.
Muppet segments and skits. Finally, the Jim Henson Hour would showcase episodes of The Storyteller, which NBC was threatening to cancel due to low ratings. The disjointed pitch Jim presented to NBC would have almost certainly never been greenlit without Henson and the Muppets' reputation in the industry. It seemed that the team knew this, as 2 minutes of the 12-minute pitch reel for the Jim Henson Hour was a montage of all of the things the team had done in the past. Jim attempted to organize all of the show's concepts into 4 different types of episode, with each type airing once per month. One week would be an episode of The Storyteller, another an episode of Lead Free TV, another would be Jim's picture book specials, such as Emmet Otter's Jug Band Christmas or The Tale of the Bunny Picnic, and the 4th week would be left open for anything and everything Jim would come up with. Even with the ambitious attempts at organization, the Jim Henson Hour was random, and NBC's notes would just make it worse. Instead of the week-by-week change in programming that Jim had envisioned, NBC was asking that Jim combine all of the concepts into a single hour, with the first half hour dedicated to lead-free TV, skits, behind-the-scenes showcases, and celebrity guest stars, and the second half dedicated to the storyteller or other specials. It would have been simpler if NBC had chosen a single idea, but the request for all of the concepts to coexist in a single hour resulted in a puzzle. Jim recruited his trusted...
That is not surprising right there. It's always funny to see the difference between, how a creative lays out their work and how they want to set it, versus how corporations view it, because corporations just want what is going to make them the most money, even if it's not effective. Also, the fact that a lot of the time it wouldn't make them as much money, they just don't know because they aren't a creative individual. Like the people that make up corporations, the CEOs, the investment boards, all of them, they tend not to be overly creative, and then it's further watered down by the moment you make it like a board situation, because now you not only have 8 or 10 people that aren't very creative, you got 8 or 10 people who are also having to try to agree on something, which means it's going to get more and more watered down, and it never comes out as good as if they just hadn't interfered most of the time. It's very rare that a creative would be better off doing what a corporate wants than the other way around, though there are exceptions.
Us a team to develop the show.
You would have to say the first time it happened, because you spent hours and years on something you absolutely loved to this day, is your favorite project, to see it die so instantly messed with your mind, but now you just do the work there, not looking at leaving a legacy, given it is what it is, but still, yeah, fair. I mean, fair.
Show, including writers Jerry Jewell and Jocelyn Stevenson.
I would love to be able to, like, have a conversation with someone like George Lucas or George R.R. Martin, and ask them kind of like how it is they approach it, you know? Like, do they just ignore it, which kind of seems to be like the Martin approach, where as far as I can tell, he's just kind of disregarded it, or someone like Lucas, who I think it looks more like he probably regrets it, but it's hard to tell because he's not like an extremely public person, you know.
And producer Larry Merkin. They set out.
Still, I think it'd be a deeply interesting conversation.
To put together the
Thailand subtree got added to Japan tree.
puzzle
Yep, chunky.
NBC had
I
given
saw
them,
that.
but as Jewell would later admit, the pieces never really fit. Less than 2 years later, Jewell approached the microphone at Jim Henson's memorial. The first speaker after Hunt's introduction, Jewell would tell his favorite Jim story. While he was writing on The Muppet Show, Jewell and Jim attempted to fix a sketch that wasn't working, all centered around a painful pun.
Because I knew that if we lost that joke, we'd lose the whole sketch and I'd have to take off my coat and go back to work. And I said, Jim, is it this central joke that bothers you? And he laughed and he said, oh no, it's a terrible joke, but it's worthy of us. And that's the way I'll always remember Jim Henson, as a man who was balanced effortlessly and quite elegantly between the sacred and the silly. Thanks, Jim.
Italy has a 14.0. Wait, what?
As the Muppets prepared for their tribute number, Scooter finished reading the postcard from Kermit. Kermit asked them to turn to the television to learn more about Jim Henson. After seeing his face, the Muppets remembered where they had seen him before.
I remember this Jim Henson fella. Oh, yeah? Yeah, he was always hanging around.
Where?
Down there.
Down there?
What do you mean?
Whoa! Hey, who are those guys?
They then turned back to the monitor, where a montage of Henson's works began to play. Despite the team's anxiety concerning the format and style of the show, the filming of the pilot to the Jim Henson Hour, as was typical with most of Jim's sets, was fun and warm. The team that Jim had built over the past 3 decades had grown into a family of brilliant creative minds. Even with a questionable concept and format, originality of the content was never a concern. If anything, the Jim Henson Hour would create too many new things. Even excluding the show's second half, the first 30 minutes would be given a new cast of Muppet characters, most designed by Kirk Thatcher. Jim would regularly perform Kermit, Link Hogthrob, and appear on screen at the beginning and end of the show. Kermit would be put in charge of Muppet Television, a TV station run by the Muppets. Dave Goelz would perform Gonzo and a new character, Digit, Muppet Television's robotic technical director. Steve Whitmire would perform Bean Bunny and a new 3D animated character, Waldo C. Graphic, created to show off advancements in computer technology. Kevin Clash, a relatively new addition to the main group of Muppet performers, who had recently established the popular Sesame Street Muppet Elmo, would perform the new characters, Clifford, a relaxed, sunglass-wearing Muppet, and Leon, an inappropriate lizard. Performers Jerry Nelson, Fran Brill, Gord Robertson, and others would develop side characters, and longtime performers Frank Oz and Richard Hunt would make rare appearances. The show's director, Peter Harris, who Jim had worked with on The Muppet Show, suggested that in order to loosen Jim's performance up, he be given a side character to interact with. The Thought Lion, the impressive lion puppet built for the True Bride episode of The Storyteller, was chosen. The episode began with Jim introducing the program on a virtual set, before segueing to the Muppet television skits. These were chaotic and random, cutting between TV programs with the same speed and success of a college improv showcase. The pilot's Muppet television segment concluded with the cast singing La Bamba. The episode was originally supposed to be followed by a Storyteller episode, The Soldier in Death. but due to shuffling in its schedule, it would actually showcase Miss Piggy's Hollywood, a new Muppet special starring Miss Piggy. The show was a certified mess, and it was obvious. Jim attempted to ease the minds of network executives, explaining he knew there were some issues and was planning to fix them in the following episodes. He would continue to shoot the series into the fall of 1988 with his team of puppeteers. In May of 1990, that team of puppeteers had gathered again. Jerry Nelson and Louise Gold would perform When the River Meets the Sea, the duet that Paul Williams had wrote over a decade prior for Emmett Otter's Jug Band Christmas, and that had been performed by Robin and John Denver in The Muppets and John Denver, A Christmas Together. The song, which in the film mourns the passing of Emmett's father, took on new meaning as the performers sang the solemn ballad.
When the river meets the almighty sea.
After their performance, Ali Lou Curtin, representing the International Puppetry Association, UNIMA, spoke on Jim's contributions to the art, thanking him on behalf of all those that practice the craft. She was followed by British producer Duncan Kenworthy, who remembered Jim for his influence on countries throughout the world and how his work transcended borders. The Muppets continued to watch themselves in Jim Henson's productions, trying to get a better idea of who Jim was. Carol Burnett appeared on the screen, discussing the family aspect to the Muppets and their performers, before introducing another montage of Henson's works. On April 14th, 1989, the first Jim Henson Hour premiered on NBC.
Why is what? Wait, is the video muted? Uh-oh. Oh boy. Okay, well, I'm having other tech issues now. I shouldn't have touched anything. I touched something and now stuff's not working.
It would not be the show's pilot, but instead an episode titled Outer Space with guest star Louis Anderson. The second half would be an episode of The Storyteller, The Heartless Giant. The Storyteller segment, as with the rest of the series, received critical acclaim. On the other hand, the Muppet television segments were panned by critics. While many referred to them as lame or dull, some flat out despised the show's first half, deeming it a gross, unfunny modernization of the Muppet Show. Worse, the ratings were atrocious, and within a few weeks, the Jim Henson Hour would be one of the least, and possibly the least watched show airing in its time slot. While certain episodes, such as a May 5th episode featuring a film titled Dog City, would receive praise from critics, the show was slowly forgotten.
So it must
in May,
be something with
NBC decided to pull the show, airing the show's 9th episode, entitled Garbage, on July 30th, 1989, before canceling the Jim Henson Hour. The final 3 completed episodes, including a Muppets behind-the-scenes documentary, would eventually be aired on various networks and in varying forms in the coming years. The failure of the Jim Henson Hour was reminiscent of the rejected Muppet Show pilot, Sex and Violence. Both shows' humor, pacing, and characters missed the mark. The only difference is that the rejection of Sex and Violence resulted in Jim creating something far superior in the eyes of the audience, but with no one wanting to say no to the Jim Henson Hour, or Jim Henson. Its lackluster format and characters were dragged through multiple episodes. Experiencing commercial and critical failure in feature films had brought Jim back to television, and his love letter to the medium had been rejected just as Labyrinth had. Despite all of the high-tech graphics and advanced puppetry, the Jim Henson Hour was more Jim looking back on things that he had done than looking forward as he always had. The worst part in Jim's mind is that he had roped Kermit and Friends into the failure, showing for the first time since the Muppet Show's premiere nearly 15 years prior that the frog was not invincible. All of these thoughts went through the mind of the 52-year-old creator, who had appeared to age rapidly over the past 5 years. His signature dark beard turned gray, and he was experiencing a myriad of aches and pains that made performing more difficult. The stress of running his company, finding funding for his projects, dealing with management issues, and experiencing the recent failures had become too much. Jim's mind was filled with 1,000 problems, but only one solution. He picked up the phone and called Michael Eisner. Harry Belafonte, who had created one of the Muppet Show's most memorable episodes and greatest numbers, had remained close to Henson after the production, often singing Jim's praises. Now, at the memorial, Belafonte would say a few words, emphasizing the gift Jim gave to the children of the world.
Many have no hope. Many mothers sit in many places holding their children desperately understanding that they will never be educated. They will never have a chance at life as it should be. And when they get a chance to see the smile on the faces of their children as they develop the appetite to learn because they're watching Sesame Street, when they have developed the appetite to love in a loveless place because they have seen how friendly the Muppets and the creatures are to one another, when they find their own humanity and the humanity of these creations, then you'll have understood the real gift of Jim Henson and his colleagues.
Belafonte then sang the song that he had performed on The Muppet Show all the way back in 1978 in honor of Jim's vision of hope and unity. As he sang, the audience waved arm rods with butterflies on the end, created by the Muppet Workshop and passed out to those in attendance. This resulted in a passionate and powerful number, showcasing Jim's optimistic view of the world and humanity.
Whoa, so is life about you? Ha, ha, so is life.
In the Muppet Theater, Fozzie still didn't feel like he knew Jim well enough to do the tribute. Luckily, Clifford found a biography on Jim, and the Muppets gathered to watch a short retrospective on Jim's early creative works. In the spring of 1989, Jim approached Disney CEO Michael Eisner to discuss the possibility of selling his company to Disney. Eisner, who had greenlit Jim's Muppet Show pilots when he was working at ABC in the early 70s, was thrilled at the opportunity to bring Jim's now classic characters into the Walt Disney Company. Eisner, along with Disney President Frank Wells and Walt Disney Studios President Jeffrey Katzenberg, had been hired just 5 years prior to save Disney from takeover. Eisner had been doing his best to bring the Disney brand back into the mainstream, and a hit like The Muppets would be a surefire way to do so. For Jim, not having to worry about management, finances, or even distribution, all things he couldn't escape at his own company, would allow him to spend more time doing the thing he loved most: creating. Henson and Eisner shook hands, agreeing to pursue a deal in which Jim would sell his company and the Muppets, excluding the Sesame Street Muppets, to the Walt Disney Company. With the deal, Henson would also enter a 15-year exclusive contract with Disney, and would develop not only television shows and movies, but also theme park attractions. Theme parks excited Jim as much as anything else, as he loved Disneyland and Walt Disney World, admiring the Imagineers' attention to detail and world building. Creating content for a company as big and as strong as Disney, at the time, seemed like the best case scenario. News broke that a potential Disney Muppets deal was developing in the summer of 1989. In August, Jim flew to Orlando to meet with Eisner, Wells, and Katzenberg, and to tour the Walt Disney World Resort. He stayed at the luxurious Grand Floridian that had opened just a year prior, and visited Disney MGM Studios, which had opened a few months prior. The main negotiations took place at the newly opened Portobello Yacht Club in Pleasure Island at the Disney Village Marketplace. There, they would sign an agreement that would be the start of Jim's Disney deal. A few days later, on August 28, 1989, Jim appeared on Good Morning America with Eisner to announce their deal to the world. The Muppets were going to join the Walt Disney Company, and Jim was thrilled. Frank Oz's speech at Jim Henson's New York memorial would bring another story of Jim, with Oz describing an elaborate gift that Jim had given him for Christmas.
The quality of the gift and the craftsmanship, it all speaks so much of Jim, that gift. And I think the love, I think that's what I knew. He loved me and I loved him.
After Oz walked off stage, Rainbow Connection played through the speakers as the lights dimmed, spotlight shining on the large photos of Henson that had been placed throughout the cathedral. After the film of Jim's biography burned up, John Denver appeared on the screen, introducing a montage of Sesame Street moments and more scenes of Kermit and Friends.
You are Cookie Monster.
In September of 1989, Jim visited Walt Disney Imagineering in Glendale, California to discuss a potential Muppet section of Disney MGM Studios. Jim was planning a Muppet Studios area with a new 3D film, a live show with walk-around characters, and hopefully a ride that he and his team had brainstormed, the Great Muppet Movie Ride, a parody of Disney MGM's signature attraction, the Great Movie Ride. Jim was having a blast developing the attractions. Putting his creative energy in an entirely new medium was exciting, and the Imagineers were the same type of creators that he valued at his own company. Unfortunately, negotiations were getting more complicated between Henson Associates and Disney.
Yeah,
Disney's lawyers were playing hardball, Katzenberg was being rude, and Eisner kept making casual remarks about acquiring the Sesame Street Muppets. Joining Disney seemed like a great idea in theory. Its simplicity was part of what made it attractive to Jim. It was turning out to be anything but. Negotiations continued into the fall of 1989, with Jim moving forward with his Muppet attractions despite the deal not being complete. In the end, it was still about creating for Jim, no matter how many meetings or phone calls about corporate logistics he was dragged into. The 3D film, named Muppet Vision 3D, would feature Kermit and the gang testing out the latest in 3D technology, with a lot of gags, a few skits, and even Sam Eagle's own A Salute to All Nations, but mostly America, a glorious 3-hour finale. The attraction prominently featured recent additions Bean Bunny and Waldo C. Graphic, along with the return of Frank Oz's characters, whose appearances with the Muppets had been sporadic as he pursued his directing career. The attraction would also feature elaborate lighting effects and animatronics of Bean Bunny, Statler and Waldorf, a penguin orchestra, and the Swedish Chef. A live Sweetums would even run out in front of audiences. The attraction was classic Muppet mayhem, and Kermit and Friends would be just as entertaining as ever. The film was planned to enter production in early 1990. In December 1989, Jim would perform Kermit the Frog in Disney's Christmas Day Parade, before celebrating the holidays with his friends and family. While the season was warm, 1989 was filled with stress and disappointment. The failure of the Jim Henson Hour and the stress of the Disney deal had made for a difficult year, on top of the fact that Jim had not been able to put a fourth Muppet feature into production. Jewel wrote a script for a film entitled The Cheapest Muppet Movie Ever Made, that Jim hoped to make in 1989, but he had never gotten around to it. The negotiations with Disney were taking up more and more of his time, frustrating considering they were intended to do the opposite. Producer David Laser attempted to keep peace between Disney and Henson Associates, while Eisner attempted to make up for Katzenberg's attitude. Still, Eisner couldn't help but ask again and again about the Sesame Street characters, and Jim was growing tired of it quickly. John Stone, the director of Sesame Street, would give a short speech on the love he had for Jim, and the love that all of those that worked together in his company had for each other. After this, a piano began to play the opening chords to Bein' Green, the hit song that Kermit had first sang on Sesame Street 20 years prior. Then, almost out of nowhere, Big Bird walked onto the stage, wearing a Kermit green bow tie. Inside the puppet, Carol Spinney performed his character, singing Kermit's famous song, Fighting Back Tears.
It's beautiful, and I think it's what I want to be. Thank you, Kermit.
Jim's longtime agent and friend Bernie Brillstein walked up to the mic, emotional tension still in the air from Spinney's moving performance.
Jim told me never to follow the bird.
Brillstein could barely make it through his speech. The memorial, now over an hour in, was getting more difficult for the performers and speakers. After John Denver's montage, Ray Charles would also sing Bein' Green, with a montage of photos from Jim's life. 1990 would see the release of The Witches, a film based off of a book by Roald Dahl. Henson had produced the film in a similar capacity to the way his friend George Lucas had produced Labyrinth. The dark fantasy film would be well received by critics, but despised by Dahl, due to the film changing the original ending of his novel. Henson would attempt to calm Dahl, but the drama on The Witches was nothing compared to the Disney deal that Jim was focused on. As their lawyers continued to argue, Jim continued to create content for Disney, expecting the deal to go through soon enough, even with increasing tensions.
They had Ray Charles at his
Jim would
funeral,
shoot promos
yeah.
for Disney MGM Studios
You
and the new
forget,
stage show,
Chunky,
Here
like,
Come the Muppets, as well as a special,
You
The
and
Muppets
I
at
are
Walt
too
Disney
young
World.
for
The special saw the
his
Muppets
heyday,
traveling to
but,
Kermit
like,
Swamp in Florida, only to
Henson
find that it is
was-
right next to Walt Disney World
was a
Resort. The Muppets
mammoth.
decide to explore Walt
He was a
Disney World, and
behemoth
hijinks
of the
ensue.
creative world at
Michael
one point.
Frith's speech at the memorial service would be filled with
Man
love for
knew
Henson, and even a
everybody.
few impressions of him.
This is Michael Frith, who sort of heads up one of our creative groups.
Like, we're towards the end of his life, towards the end of his accomplishments.
It usually came as a kind of question, and for close to a couple of decades, it's been hanging there waiting for an answer.
After Frith, Jerry Nelson would read a tribute to Jim, in the voice of Electric Mayhem band member Floyd Pepper.
Fearless leader, green flippered gentleness. Fill my dreams with your vision of unexplored possibilities. Shine on eternally bright in our hearts and minds. Fearless leader.
Louise Gold would return to the stage, singing Bring Him Home from Les Mis, one of Jim's favorite musicals. After this, a priest read from scriptures of multiple religions. Jim was fascinated with different beliefs and researched many different systems throughout his life. The Muppets continued to watch the monitor as Steven Spielberg appeared, speaking on Jim's contributions to filmmaking technology. In the spring of 1990, Jim was flying from New York to Los Angeles to Orlando to London as casually as he always had. It seemed, in May, that he had picked up an illness, showing symptoms of a cold. On May 4th, 1990, an under-the-weather Jim traveled to Hollywood to appear with fellow performer Kevin Clash on the Arsenio Hall show.
An old piece of mosquito caught in your throat there.
Yes. I would have said I had a frog in my throat, but I won't say that.
Jim was disappointed in his performance of Kermit, not being able to keep up with Hall's wit, rambling on, and barely making the audience laugh. Clifford's appearance went well, but Jim could tell that his illness, which he still believed was just a cold, had affected his appearance on the show. Kermit was Jim's most famous creation, and he had appeared on almost every variety show on the air for as long as America could remember, and this would be the last time that he would, on Jim's arm. 2 days later, on May 6, 1990, the Muppets of Walt Disney World special would debut on NBC. The special, prominently featuring the classic Muppet Show gang, was as colorful and as fun as ever. The special ended with Mickey Mouse welcoming Kermit the Frog to the family, even though the Disney deal was not yet complete, and it would never be in its current form. It would take Disney another decade to finally acquire the Muppets after the events that would occur in the next 10 days. After the premiere of the Muppets at Walt Disney World, Jim Henson was still feeling sick. He had flown from Los Angeles to New York before flying to North Carolina to visit his father with his daughter Cheryl. He flew back to New York on May 13, 1990, feeling tired with a sore throat. His son John would visit that night, and Jim went to bed feeling even weaker. Jane had been informed that Jim was not feeling well and brought over a pot of soup. Jim asked her to stay, and Jane obliged. For the first time in the memorial, Jane and Jim's children spoke. Jane introduced the 5 Henson children before thanking many of the people that had made the memorial possible. Despite the frustration and the pain that had come of Jim and Jane's relationship in the latter part of his life, there was no doubt that Jane knew Jim better than almost anyone, proving it in her impromptu speech.
I don't want to pretend that I know what happens after this life, or that Jim really knew what would happen after this life, but he had great plans. And I sure hope somebody lets him know we're doing this down here, because he's probably pretty busy. On to the next. And I know sometimes, because everybody else was working, I would be used for interviews, and the press would ask me, did you ever have any idea that it would get this big? And what I didn't know is that it had gotten this big. I just didn't know.
After Jane, Cheryl and Brian read notes from Jim, some that they had received after his passing, written years before. One of the letters listed a few requests for his memorial, including that those in attendance refrain from wearing black, that Richard Hunt would host the service, that his friends might sing a few songs, and that a New Orleans jazz band would play. All requests that had been met.
Please watch out for each other and love and forgive everybody. It's a good life. Enjoy it. This all may sound silly and over the top to you guys, but what the hell, I'm gone, and who can argue with me?
After Spielberg, Harry Belafonte would appear to tell the Muppets about Jim's impact on the world, followed by Frank Oz, explaining Jim's effect on the careers of the people that worked with him,
attitude
and the
I
effect that the
aspire
characters
to.
he created had on his audience. Jane stayed with Jim into the night, but Jim's condition was getting worse. His heart was beating fast, and he was coughing up blood. Jane told him he needed to go to the hospital, and early on May 15th, when the pain had become too much, he agreed. As the medical staff rushed him away, he waved to Jane, saying that he'd see her later. Through the rest of May 15th, the doctors attempted to save the life of Jim Henson, but they could not. He would pass away early on May 16th, 1990, at the age of 53.
There just never was enough time for Jim.
It's such a shame for him to have passed at such a young age, too.
And I think he knew that really early.
In the years that followed, many would speculate whether it was Jim's Christian Science upbringing that had caused his untimely death, or the failures of Labyrinth and the Jim Henson Hour, or even the stress from the Disney deal. But the truth might be the hardest answer of all. It wasn't a fear of doctors, or failed projects, or tough negotiations that had killed Jim Henson. It was bacterial pneumonia. It is more difficult to grapple with the idea that a creator that put so much meaning and purpose into his work could pass away from something so random. But just because his death lacked purpose didn't mean there wasn't plenty in his great life. And before the shock could even wear off, those that he left behind were already making plans to celebrate that great life. Perhaps he had passed along some of his ridiculous optimism to those around him, but in the days following his death, his family was already at work. Using the request that Jim had wrote in his letters, Jane suggested that they do the same thing that Jim had done so well for so long, the thing that everyone close to him knew exactly how to do. They were going to put on a show. That first show at the Cathedral Church of St. John the Divine in New York City was drawing to a close in the afternoon of May 21st, 1990. At the end of the memorial, Richard Hunt returned to the stage, introducing Jim's team of puppeteers, including Frank Oz, Jerry Nelson, Kevin Clash, Dave Goelz, and Steve Whitmire, to sing some of Jim's favorite songs.
One of Jim's favorite times in any production was the musical pre-record session. We would have a great time. Right now, we'd like to share that moment with you as some of the Muppet performers sing some of Jim's favorite songs.
The first song they sang was the chicken version of Babyface from The Muppet Show. Then, Clash, as Elmo, sang Lydia the Tattooed Lady.
Lydia, oh Lydia, say have you met Lydia?
Lydia the tattooed lady.
Nelson would sing
Now
It's
I
in
can
Every
actually
One
see a
of
little
Us
bit.
from the John Denver specials and A Muppet Family Christmas. Oz and Hunt, using the voices of Fozzie and Scooter respectively, would sing a rendition of Simon Smith and his Dancing Bear, as they had done on The Muppet Show.
Oh, I'd step out in style with my sincere smile and my dancing bear. Outrageous.
Aha! Alarmist it is. Courageous and charming. Yes.
Nelson, as Robin, would sing A.A. Milne's Halfway Down the Stairs, one of Jim's childhood favorites and the song that Nelson had popularized on The Muppet Show. Another one of Jim's favorite Milne numbers, Coddleston Pie, which he had performed as Rolf on The Muppet Show's first season, was performed by Oz in the voice of Fozzie.
Coddleston, Coddleston, Coddleston pie.
A fly can't a bird, but a bird can fly.
Halfway through the song, Goelz, Clash, and Whitmire lifted Oz up in his chair, helping him get through the number. Goelz would perform Gonzo's I'm Going to Go Back There Someday, the powerful number from the Muppet movie. The song was given more depth, as the lyrics seemed to call to their lost leader.
I'm going to go back there someday.
The emotional song was followed by the much more light Wemblin Fool from Fraggle Rock, performed by Nelson and Whitmire, reprising their roles of Gobo and Wembley respectively. Finally, the performers all came together to sing one of Jim's absolute favorites, You Are My Sunshine, which he had performed countless times over
Is this
the
a
years.
Muppets
Each song
documentary?
seemed to be given a
It's-
stronger weight,
yes,
as they
it's
all
more
represented
focused
a different
on,
part of Jim's personality,
on Jim himself,
whether it
though.
be
This is
humor,
talking about his
hope,
funeral
or love.
and his last performances.
My sunshine.
Back at the Muppet Theater, chaos returned after the Muppets finished learning of who Jim Henson was. The explosive production number tribute was barely coming together, as Fozzie attempted to do Kermit's job of keeping things running, although he wasn't nearly as good at it. It was obvious that they needed Kermit. While attempting to move a table, Fozzie found a folder of letters from Jim's fans, reading them aloud.
Dear Kermit, my cousin Diane has a pet frog and she named him Kermit. And he could say hi just like you.
Isn't that sweet?
Yeah, I feel very sorry that your best friend Jim died. What? Died? Jim died?
We were just starting to get to know him.
Dear Kermit, I hope you feel better. I will miss Jim Henson too. I hope this letter makes you feel better. I love you. Bridget Kerwin, Peabody, Massachusetts.
We will miss you, Jim Henson.
Fozzie, realizing the number wouldn't do Jim justice, called it off. Everyone sulked away, and Fozzie didn't know what to do. It is easy to understand Fozzie's frustration. How can you pay tribute to someone as special as Jim Henson? He had taught the children of the world with Sesame Street, entertained the planet with The Muppet Show, and instilled valuable morals in the viewers of Fraggle Rock. He advanced the art of filmmaking with The Dark Crystal and Labyrinth, created incredible television shows such as Sam and Friends with no budget, and shows such as The Storyteller with a huge budget. Generations of children had grown up seeing Kermit the Frog on Sesame Street, Muppet Babies, The Muppet Show, and the Muppet movies, to the point that the world accepted the character as a celebrity. Jim trained hundreds of creators with a patient attitude, commanded film sets with a soft whisper, and kept the world's most influential people on the edge of their seat with a mere hum. Jim Henson was a brilliant, creative, hardworking, and talented person, but he was also one very important thing: lucky. He had the resources, he had the opportunities, and he had the privilege to pursue and obtain a life of creative success. He had more drive and talent than he knew what to do with, his internal ticking clock forcing him to produce as much as possible, but he also had a fair share of circumstance, and most importantly in his eyes, support. Jim was quick to acknowledge how fortunate he was to have a family of people throughout his life that encouraged him. But in the end, Jim believed that he and everyone else only needed just one person.
You know, this Jim Henson may be gone, but well, maybe he's still here, too, inside us, believing in us.
If just one person believes in you, deep enough and strong enough, believes in you.
All along the way, Jim was surrounded by support, people believing that he could succeed and encouraging him to do so, whether it was from a young age with his grandmother Dear, in college with Jane, in his career with Bernie Brillstein or Lord Lou Grade, or the countless others that recognized the spark of brilliance inside of him. And Jim passed it on, believing in Frank Oz to direct, believing in Dave Goelz to perform, and believing in practically everyone he met, because Jim believed that everyone had their own spark of brilliance inside of them. They just needed someone to believe in them.
And if, perchance, somewhere down the line, you see a child who, when you speak to him and ask him a question, he says, possibly, maybe, watch out, because there's more magic to come.
And if 3 whole people, why not 4? And if 4 whole people, why not more and more and more?
And as the puppeteers were joined by even more of their fellow performers, causing the crowd to jump to their feet, the power of Jim's belief was realized to its truest extent. Jim Henson, every performer on that stage, and all of their collaborators around the world had sent messages of joy, optimism, hope, friendship, and love into the homes of millions, if not billions, of people. They had all changed the world, just by wiggling some dolls. As the Muppets gathered to sing the same song of joy, the door to the theater opened, and in walked Kermit the Frog. It had been decided that Steve Whitmire would take over the beloved character, and after months of putting it off, he finally picked up Kermit. He then placed his fingers in the head and his thumb in the jaw, turning it to face him. What had been made by Jim over 3 decades prior, Whitmire and every puppeteer that would follow him would continue to give character. Kermit was alive, and so was Jim Henson.
Alright. And now for something completely different.
Super-sized scanners.
About logistics, which is funny because we're playing a game that's very
Over
logistics.
150 kilometers of conveyors.
Worldport is a concrete jungle. I mean, it's big.
Mega computers running monster machines.
The rumors of my death were
And one of
greatly
the biggest air
exaggerated.
fleets on Earth.
This simulator behind me helps us keep in our game.
To ship more than 1 million packages a day, it takes the world's biggest package delivery company and the super factory, UPS Worldport. From live sharks to million-euro documents, each year, courier services ship packages by the billions, transporting just about anything to anywhere on the planet. Every day, they work round the clock to get it all there by land, sea, or air, intact, exactly when you need it. And for over 100 years, one courier has taken worldwide shipping to high-tech heights. UPS, the largest package delivery company on Earth. They process nearly 4 billion packages a year from nearly 1,800 operating facilities around the globe. It takes a massive rail yard, a squadron of over 270 jetliners, and 95,000 vehicles. All
Good
told,
Lord.
UPS has the muscle to ship to more than 200 countries and territories across the globe. But when it comes to the ultimate shipping factory, no UPS facility can top their Titanic hub in Louisville, Kentucky. Welcome to UPS Worldport. 370,000 square meters, 19,000 conveyor belts stretching over 150 kilometers, packages moving more than 5 meters per second, 9,000 employees. And fueling it all is an information superhighway. Worldport processes over 50 million database transactions every single hour. Worldport's the center of UPS's hub and spoke style sorting and delivery system, bringing everything together from outside branches for processing under one roof.
The Worldport facility is, to be quite honest, one of the most technically advanced parcel sorting facilities in the world.
Here's how the 240-hectare complex lays out. This sprawling facility combines a factory and an airport terminal into one. At the heart of it all, the core. A
So advanced they lost your package.
Running conveyors by the kilometer.
I'm willing to cut some slack, but I am a little frustrated
From
with
the
how
core,
long it's
3
taking to
major
get my,
loading and
my
receiving
cooler here.
wings branch out, housing 44 docks, handling up to 100 aircraft in a single 4-hour shift. And the stats are staggering. Worldport processes more than 1 million packages every single day. Their all-time record's a whopping 2.5 million packages in a single 24-hour period.
Holy.
And each day, they strive to get even faster. But the mega sorting and shipping system starts at a local hub near you. It's 6 o'clock at night. American East Coast UPS couriers pick up their final rounds from clients and drop-off centers and deliver their parcels to a local hub for sorting, scanning, and entry into the UPS computer system. UPS has nearly 1,800 operating facilities across the planet. No matter what the item, before it can make its way to Worldport, it's got to go through one of these stations.
Out of here, we run about 160 to 200 cars a day out on the road. We process probably about 35 to 37,000 out of this building per day.
At the local UPS hub,
Starting to rain, so it's a good thing that we made it into port already. We just gotta do our maneuvering now.
Mistake an overnight delivery for a 3-day, and they have major problems. Even one digit off on a zip code can derail an urgent delivery. UPS workers know there's little room for mistakes. For UPS system engineers, tackling the potential for human error is a constant challenge. Their breakthrough solution? A computerized sorting process called Smart Labels. These simple-looking barcodes work like a passport through the UPS local system and a travel itinerary at Worldport later on in the shipping process. Smart Labels contain vital stats, including weight, urgency, and zip code. And Smart Labels live up to their name. This barcode technology holds hidden data, organized by category. First is the tracking number, the code that gives the package its unique identity. The second barcode reveals the destination's zip code. But there's one code that rules them all, the Maxi code. Within a 1-inch square, it can contain a 93-character message, from standard shipping data to detailed routing information.
We have it built this way so that if there's a flaw in one of those tracking numbers or one of those barcodes, that we can still route that package where it needs to go.
At any UPS hub, size matters. Sorting by size begins almost immediately. Every single package UPS handles is sorted into one of 3 categories. Smalls, 23 by 30 centimeter envelopes and boxes weighing less than 4.5 kilograms. Parcels, standard 6-sided boxes weighing up to 45 kilograms. And irregulars, heavy or odd-shaped items. The best way to understand a state-of-the-art courier system is to track packages in real time. Imagine our small is a notarized business contract headed for a 9 a.m. meeting. Our parcel's a valuable family heirloom on its way to an antique appraisal. And our irregular package needs both urgency and care. A telescope on its way to a science lab. And all are bound for the same American West Coast city. One of a local hub's top priorities is separating all the items destined for Worldport. The hub needs to get a quick read on everything coming in, so they can route it properly. Here's where the packages split off, to follow one of 2 possible routes through the UPS shipping system. Local packages will go out through ground or limited air transport, but any package destined across the country or go international first needs to get on an outbound plane with a one-way ticket to UPS's biggest sorting hub of all. 8 o'clock. The team loads our packages into massive air shipping containers called cans. Each of these giant receptacles has a capacity of nearly 15 cubic meters, the size of a large office cubicle. But though the packages disappear inside, it doesn't mean they fall off the radar.
With each package that I scan, the scanner records the destination, the city, where it's going, and a tracking number. Each tracking number is connected to the can. Each can will allow us to know where this package is at.
The clock is ticking. It's time to get the cans onto the planes. All UPS hubs are strategically located next to airports. UPS dock workers use oversized tugs and dollies to haul the packed cans to waiting airplanes. Heavy-duty scissor lift-style loaders lift and shuttle the cans on board. UPS's planes load up to the brim, with an onboard capacity ranging from 8 cans to more than 60 in total. Time for liftoff. Inside, each of our 3 packages has a one-way ticket to Louisville, Kentucky, and a date with UPS's ultimate factory, Worldport.
Darn it.
10:15. Our plane's halfway to Worldport, but the facility's already buzzing with incoming and outgoing planes, all loaded up with cargo. Every arrival and departure here must be carefully orchestrated. Hundreds of planes land and take off at 2-minute intervals. The entire compound has to be on constant alert. Such tight flight intervals make safety a constant challenge. One wrong move can mean catastrophe. Before any plane can land here, it's got to navigate the approach.
We may have a string of airplanes that'll go out for 20 miles and they all line up behind each other like a conga line coming in.
You're feeding in from the different parts of the country. You've got airplanes landing from the west, airplanes coming in from the northeast and southeast. They're all feeding into Louisville at a critical time.
But when air traffic's this congested, lost seconds are not an option. In recent years, UPS flight operations felt they needed new technology to keep even better command and control over their cargo fleet.
climb and maintain 1-2000. Turn right heading 280.
It was clear regular radar just wasn't precise or fast enough.
Radar being a ground-based technology from the 40s that continuously looks for aircraft and sends out messages saying, where are you, where are you, where are you, to which the aircraft can respond, here I am.
After experimenting with plane tracking technology, UPS's flight operations found an answer. They now rely on one of the most technologically advanced surveillance systems in the world. It's called Automatic Dependent Surveillance Broadcast, or ADSB. ADSB's revolution comes down to strategic placement. Unlike radar station signals sent up from the ground, ADSB works on board the aircraft itself. It constantly transmits position, altitude, and velocity directly from the plane to Worldport's air traffic control.
Each airplane has its own signature
Oh,
on
so
the
it's a
screen.
centralized
So I can see
command
the
center
ground
system.
speed of the airplane, the call sign
That
of the
explains
airplane,
why we
the
don't use it in
position
the Air
is
Force,
in
because we don't
reference
do
to my
centralized
airplane.
command for aircraft.
ADSB gives the fastest and most accurate tracking information
I mean,
UPS
Chonky, it's
has
not
ever
quite
achieved.
an
And
incorrect
it has a
assessment of how
huge
radar
safety
works.
advantage.
It's just a very
Other
basic
planes can pick up the
description
same signals,
that
avoiding
leaves it
close
open
calls in
to
the
being
air or on the busy
technically
Worldport runways.
perceived
I've
incorrectly.
been flying since 1982, and I cannot understand how I was able to survive without ADSB all these years.
You just
It's an
wanted to
amazing system.
actually her. I kind of figured, but actually you're not correct, Chonky. I hope those two boxes haven't disappeared and that it's just that weird glitch again where the boxes turn
11:30.
invisible.
Touchdown. All planes on the Worldport tarmac at last. A safe landing. But now, a UPS pilot faces another hurdle. He's got to park. With dozens of planes, hundreds of people, and scattered equipment on the ground, the pilot has just a few minutes to navigate the plane into the precise loading dock in the wings. It's a challenging test of safety and skill. Trained crew members called
Chonky.
marshals use lighted wands to guide the pilots to the correct docking bay. There's a constant shuffle of machines and a deafening roar of jet engines. Marshallers and pilots have to focus on each other to ensure everything works smoothly and safely. It's a process called wing walking.
So you really got to pay close attention to the wings as you're walking it back. It is kind of scary to have that kind of responsibility.
Made small profit,
The
a very
marshaller
small
signals
profit,
our
but a small
incoming
profit.
plane into a receiving area. Success. Another shift of planes lands and docks without a hitch. Now these same planes have to unload their cargo as our packages begin their journey towards Worldport's giant core. Worldport's exterior is essentially an airport terminal built on a mega scale. 3 wings, A, B, and C, branch off the runway. Together, they can accommodate a total of 44 airplanes at any given time. With each new arrival, dock workers unload cargo onto a network of conveyor belts.
Marnius, you have a blessed
The
rest of your
credo
day,
here,
my friend.
No room for error.
And if we don't see
And
you
the
again
stats
before
are
Christmas, Merry
overwhelming.
Christmas.
On a peak night, 9,000 workers have 4 hours to sort more than 800,000 packages, unloaded from roughly 100 modern jetliners. The whole process must work flawlessly. Even a minor delay can slow up the entire operation. Worldport works round the clock, but the bulk of
found
the
one
sort
of them.
happens in 2
It's
identical
very
4-hour
tiny.
day and
I don't know
night
why it
shifts
does that.
from
Like,
11
some of them
o'clock in
turn
the morning
invisible
to 3
and
o'clock in the afternoon, and from
miniaturized.
11 at night to 3 in the morning.
Yep, there they both
Thanks
were.
to demand for overnight delivery, the high-volume heavy liftings always at night. It's the handlers' turn to take over. They have only minutes to unload these massive shipping containers from the aircraft.
Blake, I appreciate you being in
The
here and
job
lurking, my
calls for
friend.
some mechanical muscle. There's only one way for a crew to unload nearly 115,000 kilos of cargo in less than an hour, with a massive mega machine called a K-loader.
I mean, you could do it with manpower as well, but it would be an obscene number of individuals.
Can tackle 5.5 tons of cargo at once. But for operators, wrestling K-loaders isn't easy.
It's very easy to drop a can. Very easy. You have to keep an eye out to make sure no one is on the elevator. You have to make sure that your cans are lined up because you don't want to get them stuck. You also want to look out for your crew because you don't want anybody smashed.
Yeah, you don't want to smash anyone with heavy equipment. That's not it's not entirely
the
preferable.
Lower the container onto the dock. Crews need a way to move these cans into WorldPort's wings fast as possible, without getting bogged down with more transport equipment.
You're gonna get under the K-loader?
After trial
Wow,
and error,
chonky.
UPS came up with a solution, built right into the floor itself, a revolutionary ground cover called ball mats. Ball mats are custom floors lined with steel ball bearings and rubber-coated wheels embedded into the surface.
It's bolted into the ground with two
We're all
bolts,
grown adults
and
here.
It just pivots and rolls real easy, so anytime you move a container or anything over it,
A little sad,
it slides
but
with
mostly
ease.
excited.
Very nice system.
Well, fair enough, my friend.
The ingenious design gives a package handler almost
If you need any prayer
superhero
requests,
strength,
let me know.
enabling a single person to move containers weighing
If
more
you
than
need
a
prayers, then I shall be happy to give them.
ton. The race to keep the cargo moving is on. The next step, unpacking the cans. Ball mats help roll the cans into the heart of Wing B. Here, workers lock the containers into one of more than 200 unloading stations inside the wings. To get every last package out of the cans, employees usually work in teams of 2. The unloaders are responsible for sending every incoming item on its way into the WorldPort distribution system. Workers must sort each item by hand, dividing packages into the 3 size categories: smalls, parcels, and
I am
irregulars.
glad we're not out in that.
It sounds simple, but with a mountain of boxes, each with unique instructions, it takes focus and stamina. And everyone here knows more containers are on the way.
And when we're finished with a can, you push it off and grab another one. And we start the whole process over again.
Each of the 3 size groups must head off into completely different conveyor universes, each designed to
They
handle
get whole
their unique
universes?
dimensions
What?
and weight. Smalls are the easiest to handle. Workers unload the smalls onto a conveyor belt in the wings, and they're sent on their way. Parcels are a little trickier to tackle. These 6-sided boxes range in
I guess
size,
we can put
with
these towards the
dimensions
front
just
of the
over a
ship
meter
for
long
now.
and weights up to 45 kilograms. Too big to group into easy-to-handle bags. Parcels have to hold their own throughout the system, flying solo along the conveyor belts. To keep track of these solo flyers, engineers needed a way to get a complete read on each parcel's vital statistics. They created a master machine that handles dimensioning, weighing, and scanning all at once. The DWS for short.
Some interesting music.
The DWS is the first machine at WorldPort to give these unidentified objects a complete shipping identity. As parcels hit the conveyor belts, they pass through the DWS. In mere seconds, an embedded scale gets an accurate weight. Then the DWS goes high-tech. A series of cameras and lasers allow the machine to take the height and width. Most important of all, the DWS scanner identifies the parcel's zip code. This information goes to a central server. The server makes a quick calculation based on the volume of total packages shuttling through the WorldPort system at any given time, and determines the specific route the parcel should take. The goal? Avoid conveyor overcrowding, weight overloading, and traffic flow collisions.
On any given night, 2 nights in a row, that package may be going to the same place, and it may take 2 different routes. And that is the great thing about the technology of Worldport, is that it finds the most efficient route and gets it from point A to point B in the quickest manner so we can make our time constraints.
As the packages leave the DWS, the conveyor belts adjust automatically to send them in the right direction. Like changing the angle on a treadmill, a mechanical device called a vertisorter raises or lowers the conveyor belt surface.
The vertisorter is simply just a belt that flips up or down. We have two of them. The first one's going to, based on the destination, either stay flat or raise up so it can go through, but it's going to split it two ways. And then the second vertisorter is going to split another two ways based on the destination of that package.
But irregulars demand the human touch. These large unwieldy packages can't fit on the standard conveyor system. Irregulars routinely put this ultimate factory to the test. The first task is to route these exceptions to the rule away from the standard items. This moving band ferries irregulars straight to a special processing area where they'll get more personal attention to keep them on track. It's all part of the unique engineering that makes Worldport an unusually flexible facility, accommodating the fastest automation and the most
the only
instant
package
human
going out there is
processing,
mail.
all under one roof. But the shipping giant had far more humble beginnings. UPS began in 1907 when 19-year-old Jim Casey borrowed $100 to start his own Seattle-based courier business. UPS moved its center of overnight operations to Louisville in 1982, but shipping was still a simple operation with scattered warehouses and manual sorting.
Our facility itself, we started a couple of buildings that just happened to be here. We kind of piecemealed them together, some old warehouses, and we were manually sorting packages.
2 decades later,
doesn't look like
the
anything
dream
fell
of
in the water.
Worldport, the ultimate state-of-the-art mega factory, was born. It took nearly 3 years to build and doubled the facility's size. It was a gamble, but in the end, Worldport paid off, increasing capacity by nearly 40%. Now, they can process more than 300,000 packages an hour.
We made the decision that we're not going to piecemeal anymore. We're going to build this large standalone facility. And we did that. We opened what you see now as Worldport.
The core's the heart and soul of Worldport. 1,000 meters across, 4 floors towering nearly 25 meters high, big enough to house 39 jumbo jets.
Good Lord.
Any package that lands here has to move through this massive maze and get a place on the right outgoing plane. And hundreds of thousands of these packages have no time to waste. They're stamped with 3 critical words: next day air. Managing this sheer volume requires agile hands, an eagle eye, and the most state-of-the-art automated technology available, as our 3 packages, a small, parcel, and a regular, make their way into the fray. Every night, Worldport processes nearly 500,000 smalls. They've got to work fast or risk a cardboard logjam.
I don't blame you, Blake, for being a little bit concerned. It's that time of the year where packages get a little dicey.
Workers debag them and drop them down a chute, where they'll soon be individually divided and sorted.
The trick to this job is basically just getting everything off the belt so the belts don't overload. That's the problem that we have.
The smalls now catch a ride on a different conveyor belt, ferrying them to a station called the induct area. At the induct area, Worldport team members quickly place the item's label up on a moving track over 3 kilometers long. This unique snake-like conveyor is called a tilt tray sorter. It boasts over 6,700 package holding slots. each specially designed to hold one item at a time. But a face-down package may as well have no label at all. The tilt tray's ingenious design is all about routing items automatically as fast as possible to their proper destinations. Here's how. The tilt tray operates by a computer hooked up to a camera. As each package hits the tilt tray, they pass through this specially designed camera tunnel. Inside, state-of-the-art laser light readers scan the smart label in nanoseconds and identify the package's zip code. The camera instantly sends the information to servers in the WorldPort's conveyor belt control system, telling the conveyors exactly how to maneuver each package into the correct receptacle, separated by destination zip code.
That laser picks up their destination and then it matches it to these bags, and that's what makes the boxes drop into the right bag.
Whether it's going to 90210 or the Pentagon, each tray gets a signal when its assigned zip code is approaching. It dumps the parcel into a power bag. The pace is fast and furious.
Peak time around here can get pretty crazy. The hardest part about this job is there's specific destinations that can get hit a little harder than other destinations, and if you happen to work in that area, then you're going to have a very busy day.
But even the most cutting-edge technology needs a backup plan. If the camera tunnels can't read the labels, the package can go AWOL. To solve the problem, UPS designed an intervention process called telecoding. If a smart label is damaged, or the package label is handwritten, or has a bad barcode, cameras register the problem and send an image of the label to the telecoding department. Here, a damage control technician looks at the label on a computer, then manually assigns a zip code to the package. From then on, the system will recognize the item as a smart package.
Basically what telecode does is it takes an unsmart or unreadable package and makes it smart and readable. So once again, the technology can do what it does and get that package to where it needs to go in the most efficient manner.
That's a sensible solution compared to what I was afraid it would do.
Parcels, six-sided
Most companies
boxes up to
make
45
it like the
kilos,
most complicated
find
way to
themselves in a
fix
different
something.
sorting universe. These diverse medium-sized packages make up the majority of UPS shipments, and they get the fully automated treatment in the core's lower floors. Here in people-free sorting zones called the primaries, kilometers of conveyors equipped with dozens of cameras and barcode readers move packages toward their appropriate destination.
Once the package is properly read going through the primary camera tunnel, the system now knows where that package needs to go in order to go to its outbound destination.
Getting packages onto a conveyor belt is relatively simple, but determining the precise moment when they need to merge with a different belt is another matter. Too fast and packages can jam up or slam into one another. Too slow and they lose precious time. To tackle the problem, WorldPort engineers created the ultimate intelligent machine, the posi sorter. Posi sorters are built right into the conveyor belts themselves. Like giant automated snakes, posi sorters help shuttle the parcels through the core.
The system will receive a successful read from the camera tunnel, and from that point it will track where that package is and along its travel along the posi sorter.
Here's how posi sorters work. Posi sorters use embedded conveyor nubs called pucks to keep packages in line and safely spaced. Any package can shift in transit, becoming a loose cannon in the system. To respond to dangerous shifts, a camera eye determines how much space a package is taking on the belt and how many pucks it'll take to nudge it off. When the conveyor comes to an intersection, The pucks slide over and push the packages in the appropriate direction.
This is critical to Worldport because of the fact that there is no human hands touching it. It takes all the air out of it, the human air out of it, and it's done through automation and a smart label.
Another way UPS prevents collisions and conveyor belt chaos is through road etiquette. Specifically, a computer oversight system nicknamed Polite Packages.
It's almost like merging on a highway. You don't just take off when there's cars coming down. You wait until there's an opening.
Polite Packages uses cameras, embedded scales, and scans to gather information about each item as it moves along, keeping packages from colliding by sending the data back to a master computer. The computer gets a perfect up-to-the-minute picture of what's happening on the conveyor belts at any given time. At the first sign of trouble, the computer can order a conveyor to stop until a potential traffic jam clears.
What would happen if it didn't exist? This would have to be done manually. Basically, in this system, we can sort a package from the unload to the outbound without a package touching.
But even the most streamlined automated system breaks down when faced with these shipping troublemakers, the irregulars. Irregular items' unpredictable and asymmetrical dimensions can easily hit obstacles and get stuck. Worldport rose to the challenge through human intervention. Irregular items have their own system in the core to keep even the most eccentric items in line. It takes bins, a trained technician, and a traffic light. First, workers manually scan and place items inside large plastic tubs that travel on tracks. Designers modeled these tubs after airline baggage sorters. They help keep oddly shaped items under control.
Rollers, so you don't have to pick it up, really helps track. You slide it in, make sure it's in the middle and secure. Then you come over, of course green means go, and it goes on its way.
I gotta hurry, otherwise my character's gonna pass out trying to load cargo, and that's going to be problematic for us.
The irregular tubs speed along at a fast 300 meters per minute. They ride tracks similar to a roller coaster. When the tub gets to a junction, the programmed computer system already sees them coming and changes tracks like a railroad, transferring the tub to the correct route back to the Worldport wings. The whirlwind trip through Worldport's almost complete. But the smalls, parcels, and irregular packages still have to race back to the wings to load on to waiting planes. On their way to their ultimate destinations, and every second counts. The sorted parcels and smalls ride back to the wings on the posi sorter conveyors. Pucks nudge the items into container chutes designated by final destination. The chutes lead to collection areas where workers manually pack items into zip-coded aircraft shipping containers. Packing is as much an art as a science.
It's a lot like Tetris in that you just, like you're hoping that you get a certain size box because you really need it. It's physical stress messing with the big boxes, but it's mentally exhausting. Just because, you know, if you ship a plane out of here late, then everything's gonna go bad.
Irregular items still need special attention. They re-enter the wings and travel to their assigned sector. Workers remove them carefully and place them on conveyors heading to the irregular load stations. Here, team members physically walk the items to the appropriate shipping container. It's 1:45 in the morning. After only 45 minutes, high-tech scanning, dozens of sorting steps, and computer quality control, the packages are packed for their destination. But first, they've got to get safely on the right planes and stay intact through thousands of kilometers in the sky.
I was going to set off tonight, but at this point it's so
Pressure's
late.
on as the
It would not
UPS
do us
tarmac
any
crew
good.
gears up for a fast load-in that's got to go like clockwork.
How goes the shipping while learning about the shipping? It goes well, my friend. How are you, Big Hippie? How are you doing today, my friend? I hope that you are well.
Like a mirror image of docking in, workers use K-loaders to load items into waiting airplanes. But this time, weight matters. Improper packing can dangerously throw off a plane's center of gravity and stop it from taking off. Precise weight calculations influence every decision in packing the aircraft. It's part of WorldPort's final finesse and an integral part of running their massive cargo airline at peak capacity. But no matter how phenomenal the fleet, UPS needs top-notch pilots to fly them. All licensed commercial pilots must undergo FAA-mandated annual training.
We did have one procedural mistake where we didn't activate final.
At UPS, it all happens here. This in-house pilot training facility is the closest thing to
Still
flying
fighting your sickness?
without
I see,
leaving the
my
ground.
friend, I see. Hopefully you should bounce back relatively quickly, but
and it's okay to make a mistake.
it's always
because when you
unfortunate
make
to
a
get
mistake,
sick at this
you learn
time of
from
the
it,
year,
grow
you know?
from it.
Computerized 3D flight simulators put pilots through rigorous tests and training that can mean the difference between life and death.
You make a mistake here, you can make it safely and walk away from it, whereas in the real world, you might not be able to walk away from it.
The most intense pilot simulation is called Level D. It creates an experience so accurate, the FAA recognizes hours logged here as actual flight time.
The algorithms are just phenomenal. You want to go to San Francisco, there's the San Francisco Bridge. You want to train in Shanghai, China, we'll put you in Shanghai.
So takeoff thrust?
During this event, what we're going to simulate is the aircraft on a takeoff roll. The crew's going to experience a right engine fire.
Thrust set. Shot in once checked. V1. Rotate.
The crew validates every procedure to ensure that they're going to shut down the correct engine and not mistakenly shut down an engine that's still operating. So everything is checked and confirmed, and the instructor is ensuring that that's exactly what's being accomplished.
Flaps, 30 green light.
Auto discharge light on.
Transfer. Nice job.
But there's one factor that's always out of UPS's control: the weather. WorldPort decided to take on Mother Nature single-handedly. One thing's clear: when it comes to delivering packages safely and on time, in all conditions, knowledge equals power.
We're gonna hit my other boat.
Whether it's
This is
thunderstorms
unfortunate.
in Cologne or typhoons in Taipei, as a WorldPort meteorologist, I need to know.
Step inside WorldPort Weather Command Central, a special center dedicated to round-the-clock meteorology monitoring, backed by cutting-edge technology, from state-of-the-art satellite tracking to prediction and forecast software programs. It's part of the UPS Global Operations Center, located across the street from WorldPort. Here, 600 staff members, including meteorologists, provide weather forecasts day and night.
From 11 p.m. to 4 in the morning, that's our critical time. We need to know what's going to be happening within an hour. And other sources just don't provide that degree of accuracy.
In fact, UPS meteorology can forecast and track virtually any weather anywhere in the world. Trained teams analyze satellite images fast, coming up with alternate routes for grounded
Seriously,
or
what is it
rerouted
doing?
planes.
Come on, game.
It's a life and package-saving precaution.
We have all the weather reports, we have all the computer forecast models, and we can slice and dice that information any way we need to.
And for each plane that takes off and lands at Worldport, the air team has 3 constant goals: safety, fuel efficiency, and on-time performance. One solution has to do with how pilots touch down at this ultimate factory. Worldport pilots use an unusual technique to descend from the sky. It's an approach method called continuous descent, and it calls for pilots to switch to idle power as they glide down smoothly. Continuous descents take advantage of gravity as pilots minimize fuel intake and descent speed, converting their jet planes into high-tech hang gliders. Continuous descents
That sounds like
allow
what I
for
do.
energy-saving landings, using minimal power, navigating the runway both efficiently and quietly.
What we want to be able to do is to have the aircraft fly the most efficient place for us to fly, all the way down to the runway, thus saving us a lot of fuel, a lot of time, and making us much better neighbors by reducing our emissions and our noise.
(2:15). 8 hours since our high-priority packages left their local hub and made their journey through Worldport's mega maze. Ground crews work fast and furiously. Many of these items have to get to their final destination in mere hours. The last of the cargo loads in. The maximum 62 fully loaded containers can add up to over 115 tons of payload on board. The planes are cleared for liftoff. It's time for a tricky maneuver called pushing back. Revving jet engines can blast out 100-knot exhaust winds, hurricane-level forces that can damage anything in their path. To steer clear of any danger, UPS planes avoid backing up. Instead, technicians manually turn and push idling planes to a runway, keeping people and property safe. But Worldport's crowded ramp can be a dangerous obstacle course.
You get so close to the buildings when you're marshaling it out, and if your partner's not paying attention, they could hit the building because the way it pushes back.
One false move pushing back, and these massive airplanes can hit something. At over 350 tons, even a small bump can do dangerous damage.
You got to watch them and make sure the pushback guy's watching you, make sure you stop them in time so that nothing hits the plane.
At last, with all the cargo aboard, the plane is off, bound for its local hub destination, as this super courier heads into the final countdown. UPS technicians use a K-loader to empty the aircraft, and tugs to drive the package-loaded cans to the local
She's
UPS
slowly but
processing
surely
center.
turning.
The physical aspect of the job is what I like. It keeps me healthy and fit. I don't have to go to the gym every night. I get a good workout.
All local centers work like mini Worldports. Workers unload newly arrived packages and run them through a series of conveyors. But this time, a zip code isn't enough info to go on. Packages load into a waiting fleet of over 200 trucks, according to precise destinations, from neighborhoods to huge office buildings to specific street numbers. Once these famous brown trucks hit the road, communication's a route-saving lifeline. One of the biggest challenges UPS faces is keeping drivers connected to their local hub. At any moment, critical changes in pickup schedules or priorities can reroute a driver's entire itinerary. Engineers examined satellite and wireless technology
ever find that island
and
last
came up
night?
with a
No.
ground shipping savior. It's called the Delivery Information Acquisition Device, or DIAD. At first, DIADs were relatively simple. but they've evolved into a technological wonder. Dyads use wireless connections to tap into a centralized route and tracking database. The handheld devices give drivers critical info, from priority alerts to itinerary adjustments when they need it most. Built-in GPS even helps a lost driver get back on track, getting packages to the correct destination on time. Dyads are so effective, there are over 80,000 of them now in daily use.
The dyad is used as a way of scanning and tracking and keeping track of what I have on car, the signatures that I acquire from
on
the
God's
customers,
green earth is the ship doing right now.
and completing and giving tracking information to shippers as well as the customers on the delivery point. It's just a valuable tool, and I couldn't do my job without it.
The dyad also acts like the ultimate chess player, storing delivery routes many moves in advance. Here's how. Before the driver heads out each morning, the dyad loads up with navigation information
You kidding
using a
me?
computer
Why are we
system
turning this way
UPS
again?
calls Package Flow Technologies. Dyads work with this software mapping system to come up with a game plan for drivers to tackle any problems on the road.
Okay, you know what? We're just going to work with it. We're just going to work with
to
it.
save fuel on top of time. There's just one catch. No left turns. Incredibly, you'll almost never see a UPS driver make a left.
We pride ourselves on efficiency and no left turns when we go out and look at the area that we're in. We know we can always make a right turn. So we try to build our plans and build our delivery trace, meaning where to go next on making right turns. Because to make a left turn, you're stopped and the efficiency just gets a little bit lower. So we try to build it to be as efficient as possible.
It helps to streamline and make you more efficient. See what I mean? There's another right-hand turn. All right turns. You gotta love UPS.
The no left turn philosophy is a simple strategy that pays off on a huge scale. Drivers spend less time waiting at stoplights and more time delivering packages. The time saved driving also adds up to fuel savings,
Move, you tub
a
of
benefit to
lard.
both the bottom line and the environment. It's another critical element to UPS's package flow technology. In all, they calculate these unique strategies save them well over 30 million kilometers on the road and more than 100 million liters of gas each year. As our 3 packages head off to their final destinations, their journeys are almost complete. It took a cross-country trip to a 240-hectare mega facility, hours traveling through conveyor belt jungles, sorting super machines, supersized scanners, barcoders, ball mats, countless team members, and exactly 14 hours. As the next day air clock stops ticking, driver dyad machines confirm on-time deliveries across the board. Mission accomplished. A critical contract, a family heirloom, and a telescope in safe hands. And all in a day's work for the super factory, UPS Worldport.
Turn! Turn!
Three professional chefs to blind taste test every instant ramen brand we could get our hands on, to see which ones meet their standards. Nissan Top Ramen Chicken Flavor.
It looks a little bland.
Maybe American version of instant.
First of all, is the noodle texture.
I want my noodles to be very bouncy.
Supposed to be
You're wanting
not
to
so
collaborate?
soft.
What's going
so
on?
Ramen noodle made from high protein
Thank
flour.
you for the
also
resubscribe,
made,
by the way.
Alkaline water.
It enhances the pH level. It strengthens the gluten structure of the dough, and that makes it chewy, bouncy, and firm in
It says
the
that
hot
you
pot.
want to collab.
For
it
instant
said that you
ramen
wanted
broth,
to collaborate.
I'm looking for natural, deep flavor.
Not so salty, not too light.
It's not one-dimensional. It should have fattiness, umami.
So when I look at the package, whatever the flavor they say, I need to taste it when I'm eating the broth.
It's like a one-dimension flavor of chicken, like a Campbell chicken soup.
There's no complexity, and basically it tastes like a chicken bouillon with the water.
The ramen texture, I don't love it. It's very soft. It doesn't have much texture at all.
Sort of like a lower-end version of instant noodle. It tastes like almost like the Nissin top ramen.
Top ramen.
Top ramen?
Wow.
Oh, I got it right. Top ramen, chicken flavor.
Yeah, a lot of ingredients that you will not see from restaurant ramen.
The ingredients, some of them I can't even pronounce.
Silicon.
Powdered chicken, rendered chicken fat. I remember buying this in like a Walmart when I was in high school. It was like 25 cents.
You will feel a lot of hungry college students.
Nongshim Shin Black Premium Noodle Soup with beef bone broth.
Looks pretty good. I see a lot of garnishes. I see shiitake, scallion.
It has a little more garlic and the spice smell to it.
I'm gonna say this is a Korean ramen. It has this gochugaru chili flake.
This is definitely a step up.
The flavor is more assertive.
When you look at the broth, it actually has a little more creaminess to it. To me, it looks like paitan base, and paitan is basically you cook the bone.
The collagen and the fat from the bones are extracted, creating this savory,
Now we need to
creamy
book
broth.
Texture of noodle is good.
I think it holds a little better. It's more bouncier in my mouth.
I think this is a Shinramen Black.
Oh,
Wow, see?
it's the Shin Black. I see.
Shin. This means karai, spicy.
It has the beef bone broth.
Beef bone broth is more fattier, richer than beef broth. Have to cook long time to get beef marrow into the soup.
This is one of my favorite instant
There we
ramen.
go. It opened up properly that time.
Nissan Cup Noodles Chicken Flavor.
Just by look of it, I don't like it. It has this like cardboard smell.
Smells like cup noodle smell.
Definitely this is Japanese ramen, I think.
The broth is very one-dimensional.
This broth is really light. I need more on the flavor.
And the noodle is very soggy. It doesn't hold any texture at all.
The purpose of this noodle, if this is cup noodles, is very different. It has to be cooked faster in the lower temperature water. They use more starch than wheat flour. You can't expect the same texture from the stovetop cooking noodles.
Cup noodles? Oh, I got it.
Wow, cup noodle now in paper cup, microwavable. The stovetop is a lot better just because you're boiling the noodle, so you have more control of how much you're cooking the noodle. The cups cooks a little uneven since the top of the noodle may be a little undercooked than the one that are in the bottom.
Bulldog Chicken Carbonara.
Ooh, bulldog is
Smells
good.
creamy.
It looks very spicy. I smell sort of a capsaicin, spice compounds found in the chilies.
Yeah, nice and spicy.
Holy it's spicy.
It has flavors that are sweet, spicy, fatty.
It's like spicy ketchup.
They're thicker, wavy noodle that holds its shape.
Nice and chewy.
The sauces are clinging to the noodle a lot better.
The Korean ramen usually they make traditional dish and turning into ramen base. This reminds me of a tteokbokki, which has a sweet and salty balance.
I like this flavor.
I do like it a lot.
I think it's a bulldog series. There's only one company that's pushing this spice level at the moment.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, it's bulldog.
Korean. Apparently, the most viral bulldog flavor, the carbonara.
I'm not getting chicken carbonara from this.
It's pretty good. I like it.
Bulldog Spicy Chicken.
This is another dry ramen. There's no broth.
Dried noodle again.
Usually, you boil the noodle, you strain it, and then you mix with the seasoning or the packet.
I see chili in the bottom. I'm not scared of the spice. I like hot. Whoa, super hot. Noodle textures, perfect.
Still bouncy and holds its shape.
Noodle texture is good, but I prefer the square, thicker one. Better noodle to sauce ratio.
Very chili flake forward with hint of chicken flavor to it.
I taste a lot more MSG in this one.
This too much spicy, but can't stop. MSG makes addictive.
I think this bowl of ramen is the bulldog original flavor.
This has to be Korean. Japanese stuff is not so spicy.
Yeah, see?
Same company.
Stir-fried, artificial spicy chicken flavor ramen.
I could not identify the chicken flavor.
I would like the carbonara one better because to me that's a little more balanced.
It is quite spicy. My stomach is heating up very nicely right now.
Maruchan ramen noodle soup, chicken flavor.
Scared to try it because there's no garnish, just this yellow broth and the noodle.
Yeah, it looks very bland.
Very similar to top ramen.
This is like the same caliber as the top ramen.
Ramen have to be eaten right away. Don't let it wait.
Has little more complexity compared to the top ramen.
It actually has a little more richer chicken flavor.
Yeah, this is nice, wavy noodles, good texture.
So the wavy noodles are steamed, piped into a disc or square, and it gets deep fried to take out the moisture for longer shelf life. It creates all these small pores into the noodle. So when you pour the hot broth to it, it cooks faster too.
And when I slurped it, soup actually clings to the noodles better.
I'm gonna guess chicken flavor Maruchan.
Ah, okay, the other brand, Maruchan.
Contains powdered cooked chicken. I don't know if that's different than just regular powdered chicken.
Powder chicken is a dehydrated chicken, crushed to the powder. That means easy to rehydrate with hot water. So it gives a chicken flavor.
Pretty surprisingly not bad.
Trader Joe's miso ramen soup.
We got the first ramen that is not wavy.
Now I'm seeing straight noodles.
Straight noodles are supposed to be more denser and chewier compared to the wavy ones.
You see these noodles are more thinner and also the color is a little more whiter. It means it's less.
Didn't know there was a
alkaline
difference between
content
that and top ramen.
This
I
is
know, right?
interesting.
Smells like a.
There's a
little
lot
bit of
more
miso.
brands of
Not
it than
Japan.
you realize sometimes.
It tastes healthy in a not good way.
It's pretty bad.
The flavor is very, in a good way, delicate, possibly vegetarian.
You can taste a little bit hints of miso, but it wasn't deep enough.
The texture of the noodle is not good at all. It almost breaks in my mouth when I put them in.
Each noodle stick together.
I'm wondering if the noodle contains different starch.
I don't know. I never tried an American ramen, but
That was
could be America.
I wouldn't try it again.
that's brutal. They didn't even take the top ramen
Oh, no
apart
way.
like that.
Trader Joe's
Like the
miso
cheap stuff.
ramen soup.
And that's
Trader
Trader
Oh,
Joe's,
it is
which is
vegan.
supposed to be like a ritzy
tastes
place.
So in Japan, we have many type of noodle soup. Ramen, udon, soba. So if you're not vegan, make a vegan noodle soup. Don't call it ramen.
This one really shocked me.
Ichiran take-home ramen kit.
Another straight noodle.
Look like a python base.
The color of the soup looks like tonkotsu ramen. Tonkotsu ramen is a pork ramen. It's like a cloudy.
Just
like this
another
color.
L for vegan food. Yep, yep.
This one is
The
very
funny
flavorful.
thing
I
is,
like
that's
this
something
a
that's
lot.
not hard
Very
to mess
complex,
up and something
very
easy
deep.
enough to
Finally,
make
I
that
get the fat.
is
I like this.
inherently
Maybe it's
vegan.
tonkatsu.
Don basically is a pork and kotsu is the bone.
So the
It's
fact
like
that they messed it up
Hakata
is
style
kind of,
ramen, which is
it's
a
almost
tonkotsu base
disappointing.
and thinner noodles and straight noodles.
It's not
Hakata
surprising,
is the name
mind
of
you,
the
but
place, my hometown.
It feels that noodle is not fried.
When you're doing the frying process, the water needs to escape from the noodles, so it creates kind of a very, very small, rough texture.
It has this silkiness. I'm guessing maybe it's air dried.
It has a little of a al dente texture in the middle.
The closest one I can guess is like maybe the Ichiran ramen.
Reminds me of Ichiran.
Oh, no way.
See?
It is the
Ichiran.
Ichiran ramen.
Oh my goodness.
The Hakata style thin straight noodle. The noodles, wheat flour, wheat protein, salt, lye, water. That's the alkaline solution.
This ramen is a higher quality than the other one.
Delicious. I will buy it again.
Sapporo Ichiban original flavor.
This reminds me the yellow broth ramen packs, but with beef smell.
Broth is dark because soy sauce.
The flavor of the broth is surprisingly good. Very beefy, maybe with this deep color. It's shoyu based, the soy sauce base.
To be honest with you, there's so much MSG, I can't even tell what this is. And the noodle texture is pretty soft.
It is soft, but I wouldn't complain.
Yeah, this is standard noodles, not too soft. Nice lengths to eat. Yeah, this is great.
Sapporo.
Sapporo Ichiban? Oh,
Okay.
bingo. Sapporo Ichiban, this is a major brand in Japan.
And this is Tokyo style ramen. This is like basically chintan base with the shoyu flavor.
It's the chintan where the broth
That
is
ship's
cooked
gonna need to get
in
out
a
of my
lower
way.
temperature. The flavor is a lot lighter and more clear.
Daily recommendation for sodium is 2,300 milligram. And this one has 1,820 milligrams. When you eat this whole package, you're almost there.
Hikari Minraku, tonkotsu taste, restaurant style ramen.
Another straight noodle. Just by looking at the broth, you know it's gonna be
Hey,
creamy.
get out of the way.
Definitely tonkotsu soup.
Smell pork.
Are you coming towards
Which is a good
me?
sign. I know what I'm eating.
This will look good.
Flavor is complex. It has nice balance to it.
This type of noodles tastes like champon noodles. It looks like a ramen noodles, but more thick.
So when you cook this kind of noodles, I think you need a bigger pot so that the noodles can release the starch better. If you don't boil it correctly, it makes it a little more gummier than other noodles.
The noodle holds the shape well. I would say this is like restaurant quality ramen.
I like more than Ichiran.
Okay,
like
see,
Ichiran
now this
better.
is a good
This
way to
one
get yourself
has
fired
less
upon
kick
in
and
real
a
life
little more
in a situation
energy.
like this.
Personally, I don't love
It's
this.
nighttime.
It has this, like, off
The
smell
ship is
that I'm
turning
not too
towards
fond
me
of.
by the look of it, and it's got no
Okay.
lights on.
Restaurant style soup.
That would be enough if this was an
Restaurant-style
armed merchant
ramen,
ship for me to be like
tonkatsu,
rolling out my
fish
guns.
sauce,
Just like,
vegetable
nah,
powder,
I'm not playing
Chinese
this game,
bamboo
bud.
shoot. Oh, maybe it's the bamboo shoot that has this little funky smell to it. It says restaurant style ramen, and I think they achieved it, but not my favorite, to be honest.
But actually, this is top 3.
Indomie mi goreng fried noodles.
We got a bowl of dry ramen.
Actually, I'm going into a different country.
It has this like a sweet soy.
Okay, just one flavor, sweet.
I think it could be a little more aggressive.
The noodles are thinner. It has nice texture, nice mouthfeel.
Do I like it? I'm okay.
This is not my favorite, but I can eat.
Sort of like China, Southeast Asia.
Tastes like mee goreng from Indonesia.
Ah, mee goreng.
The flavor was very distinct.
According to what I know, the Indomie is the most popular brand from Indonesia.
Yeah, I would try it again. It's a fun noodle, flavorful.
Otogi spicy gin ramen.
This smells like home. This is definitely spicy ramen.
Yeah, it smells like a Korean one again.
Garnishes that are not too giant but pretty good. The flavor of the broth is very comforting, very umami, garlicky, oniony.
I taste a lot of kombu. It's a kelp, bring up the umami.
Has nice spice in the back of the throat.
This is a lower end version of the collection ramen I tasted earlier. You can see the broth a little more transparent.
Wavy noodle, I like this best. Much more chewy.
It's like a classic Korean instant ramen. Jin ramen, the spicy one from Otugi.
Jin ramen.
Oh my god. Jin ramen, Korean.
There's a lot of a cult following for this brand. Actually, my wife loved this brand.
Noodle got little tapioca and potato starch to help the noodle to stay firm, bouncy texture, and it also holds in hot broth longer. It's one of my go-to ramen, so I'm glad I got this right.
Lotus Foods red miso rice ramen.
This one's a tough one.
I have no idea what this is. Maybe this is gluten-free noodle. It's just laying in the broth and soggy.
Oh my god.
This is very bad.
No taste.
It just tastes like a muddled veggie
There are no
water.
pirates in this
The
game.
broth is
Yes, there
very,
are no pirates
thin.
in this
They
game.
use a lot of seaweed to bring up the umami flavor, but it didn't work.
If there were,
Looks
I would
like
be
a miso
investing
soup,
in
but-
cannons, and that little
lot of
ship back
seaweed.
there would
The
have
noodle
gotten
is very bad too.
a very
Never tried
unwelcome
noodle like this.
It's
surprise
chewy,
if they had
but
gotten
not
much closer.
in a good way.
Tastes like a sponge.
Because that
No
would be
texture.
prime
Definitely gluten-free.
place for
What is this?
a grape
Like a
shot.
health-conscious,
And just
vegan,
shred their
gluten-free bowl of ramen.
Trader Joe again.
Ah,
Oh, Lotus Food. Oh my goodness.
red miso, tamari.
Noodle made with organic brown rice.
So it is on the healthier side, but I wouldn't recommend to my worst enemy.
Very bad.
I wouldn't
Mama, pork
recommend it
flavor
to my
instant
worst
noodles.
enemy.
This broth also got this very distinct smell.
Not Japan, more South Asian country, I think.
Man, this is pretty bad too.
Little cardboardy flavor.
It's very bland. There's no depth.
Has a lot of artificial flavor as well.
Flavor is okay for me, but need more stronger.
But texture of the noodles remind me of a cup noodles, but it came in a bowl, so I have a higher expectation.
It's already very soft and soggy. No way. Mama, pork flavor. Hi.
I never tasted this brand before. I wasn't a fan of it.
This is not what I expected from Mama.
I
Maggie,
assume
2
that's
minute
probably
masala
in
noodles.
reference to cooking
I smell
mama,
curry.
which I think
It's
is
less
relatively
brothy.
popular
The noodles
over there.
are thinner. I get distinct curry flavor. It's very savory, nicely balanced.
Noodles texture is soft, too soft.
It looks more white. I think they put less alkaline, because if you put more alkaline, the noodles become more yellowish. That's one of the reasons why maybe I don't get a chewy texture.
No Japanese.
Maggi masala. It's pretty good. I'm very surprised that it's very well balanced.
It is okay, I like it, but not much. But I eat it.
Momofuku spicy soy noodles.
Yeah, smell soy sauce. Maybe hints of sesame oil.
Fun looking noodle. It's like flat and wiggly.
We call it mazemen. Mazeru means mixed. Sauce on the bottom.
It's very savory and umami.
So weak. I don't know what it is.
Flavor-wise, I don't know what this flavor is.
Tastes nothing.
Noodle actually was better than sauce itself.
It's a nice texture.
It has the smoother texture. Perhaps it's air dried.
Wavy flat noodles. It's not a common, but it's good.
I used to work at Momofuku. It just brings me back the memory of this ramen shape that's very unique.
Oh my God.
Oh, Momofuku?
Hello, old friend. Spicy soy.
This ingredient is very shorter than any other product. I know it's good or bad, but no good for taste.
I've been really want to try this noodle for a very long time, but actually finally to able to taste it. So thank you.
Let's see which ramen brands our chefs like the most.
My favorite ramen that I tried today, the Ichiran tonkatsu ramen.
Ichiran was my favorite one.
It had the silky noodle and savory creamy broth with the chilies.
One of my favorite today is Sapporo Ichiban. I've been eating for a long time. It's flavorful. Texture of the noodle is great.
I really enjoy the Jinramen spicy one by Oturi. With spice, savoriness, brought me a lot of nostalgia.
My other favorite was Nongshim Shinramen Black. That reminded me of like very traditional Korean ramen with a richness in the broth and higher quality garnish.
Instant ramen is more than a convenient food. It's a nostalgia food.
If the science keep developing, I think one day instant ramen could be good as restaurant quality ramen.
Some good one,
That is
some bad ones.
That is
Just
a
have to pick the
startling
right one
statement
that
to
you
hear from
can enjoy.
a cook. That instant could be as good as restaurant someday.
Come here! Yeah, boss? You need to use a VPN when online. You could have let monsters find.
No, we don't go to that video now. Now we go to someone else playing the exact same game as us.
You've been sailing for days. As the morning sun rises,
Because this
you
guy
finally see
is
land
going over
on
the
the
most
horizon.
recent update.
you somehow made it. Sustaining on a fish diet can only work for so long. Your vision becomes blurry. Your mind confused as to where the land and the sea meet. But you keep pushing until a shape emerges from the fog.
We'll unload in the morning.
That's right, gang. We're back with a new update that just dropped, and with that, I definitely have enough content to go over what I'm calling a fall update. But really, I'm gonna cover regular update 0.28, patch 0.28.1, as well as major update 0.29 and the subsequent patch of 0.29.1. Doesn't mean that 0.29 is done with, but at the moment it does feel pretty stable, at least. We're starting in the main menu for once, for a couple of reasons. One, to show you that those two big updates will work well on existing saves, and because actually I'm going to start with that. You now have support for controller, and so you can set your buttons, and you can also it's automatically disabled, I think, if you have the mouse and keyboard. I don't use a controller, so I'm not too sure, but hey, at least that's a new feature. Another thing that we're gonna see is
It's a very welcome
3D
feature
ropes,
as well.
3D ropes here. It's now on by default.
It's not one I have any use for, but
because
with friends like
in my
Faithful and whatnot, I've learned that it is quite an important tool to have.
Around my boats, I had some weird shape stuff that appeared, and I think it's an issue with the 3D ropes, or at least it disappeared when I turned that off. But that option is definitely available. So that's pretty cool. Another big one,
referring to
at least
this game on its most recent update, got the controller
is
support.
that now you can have this throw held item being the same key binding that for your pickup and drop. So it's off by default now. I would put it on. I'll show you guys what it does in the game. It's pretty cool, and for now on I'm gonna leave it on all the time. So I think that's all for the options. So with that, we're gonna jump in our Ocean Journey save, and the main reason for that is we're gonna go and check the first improvement, and look at that. Just loaded the game, and we have a lantern that is on. So that's pretty awesome. Now, the sales are still down, so not cool, but I'm very much hoping that, or at least that's a very good sign that we may slowly but surely be moving towards having sale configuration saved upon reload, which would be amazing.
That would
so
be.
Yeah, I'm doing a free plug on the Ocean Journey. I wasn't planning on getting back into it that soon, but because of the update, right? I was on my way to Firefish Lagoon, but I need to stop by A-Stream, and I need to buy the new tools and equipment that are available. So yeah, we're gonna have to see about that. But yeah, back on our jumper, our junk clipper with. I just love the sail configuration on that boat right now. It just works so well. It's really cool. Really cool. Look at her. A couple of other improvements that I wanted to mention. So first off, if you followed the Ocean Journey, you've seen that at some point I actually fell off my boat when I woke up. I think it's because I was in bed, right? And then I used my external view during the night, and then when I woke up and then went back to the first person view, I think there was like a position mishap or something. But that should be fixed, which is pretty cool. Another thing that has been fixed over the last couple of updates is the speed of the winch. So that's been adapted, and it's actually quite nice. You can really feel fairly well how the wind pushes against your sail, and that just increase again the pleasure that you have sailing those big boys here, or those big girls rather. One of the next two are my two favorite things. Number one, upgrade to the UI. So it looks neat, but it's also, I don't know, it looks better, and it's like very stable. Before I was struggling, like to select the right box after a while. So far it works really well. You can see the changing currency as well. You don't have that coin that pops up into half of the screen, so that's very nice. So pretty cool. It's the rings here are a bit big for my taste, but hey, that's fine. I'm not gonna complain too much about it. And then the other upgrade that I flipping love is that, when you want to select your wheel, keep your eyes on the wheel. Did you see how the light dimmed? And my wheel is still selected, right? I can still turn, but I don't have that massive yellow flashing contour that pops up all the time, which means that if I want to use
that's one of my favorite changes.
My spyglass at the same time, it's much better, and that's just so cool. I love this. I wanted to illustrate one of the options that I talked about in the settings, which was if I want to, I can now pick up and throw with a left click or the F key binding, and I'm going to show you. So left click, I take it, I keep left, and boom, I throw. And that's just going to make loading and unloading so easy. And overall management of cargo, it's going to become so easy. And yeah, even much funnier to play with. So that's a really cool addition. To summarize the gameplay and those kind of improvements that have been made, that Reliant made to the game, it just feels so much more stable, and that's great. There are still like small tiny bugs here and there, but not necessarily linked to the update, and they're still pretty cool. So those were kind of all the gameplay improvement. Now, big news in the front of logistics and a new boat. So let's dive right in. Good morning. Yeah, good. I'm looking for a big ship. What?
All right.
Thank you.
3218.
Whoa. Let's take a look at this beast. Wow. Wow. 4-mast. And I actually brought a lantern, because yeah, the weather in the lagoon can be quite rough, and we're in. All right. So it looks massive. We've got this. What is this? All right. We got doors. Awesome. Stairs going up. Stairs going down. So that would be the bow. Oh, we got a wheel up there. Okay. And if we go down here, massive loading dock. Might not be that easy to fill up with cargo given its shape, but it's massive. Can we go? Doesn't look like we can. All right.
Don't have enough money to do any
Do we go
of these
upstairs just
shipments,
yet?
but
Nope. Let's finish. So big space here, fully covered. This is so cool. No, so we were at the stern, and this is the bow. Okay.
Dang.
Four
If we were
doors.
to sail all the way to Al
Very
Nalim, we would
So
make
let's go back to
a
the
tidy profit
we've got
on
it right
pork.
now.
But
Are you kidding me?
it's a
Let's
long
go
journey
back
to do that kind
to
of a
the
profit.
stairs. Oh, 333 gold. Love it. Flipping love it. So we got the wheel here. Nice. And we've got another compartment. Wow. This ship is huge. And another wheel. This is really cool. And then you can... Nice. I mean, sounds like a lot of work, but damn. All right, we're gonna keep a close up. All right, you know what, guys? Let me wait until the storm passes. And right next to the shipyard, you've got a shop. That was added in the last patch that came, I think, 48 hours after the update. And so, interestingly enough, I don't recall seeing any boat, any mattress, or any anything to sleep. So you got bed, and then you've got your different food equipment. So it's very basic shop. Let me see. I think Reliant did improve a little bit on the shop here. Maybe not that much. Do we have salt? I don't see salt here.
See what we can find that we could sell for a profit in Mount Malefic. I doubt
That's
there's
fine.
much, but
no, it's great to see that the lagoon gets a bit more love, and makes it a bit, I mean, definitely worth it to stop by moving forward. And to facilitate operations here, we've got a currency exchange box.
okay, nothing can be sold for a profit in Mount Malefic.
Would have been fairly helpful in my the chapter 1 of my series. The weather is getting really bad, but that's fine. It's so cool. Kishiabe is my favorite town so far. I mean, it is my favorite town, and now having this beast in it makes it even more exciting. What a boat. Damn. Can't wait to get my hands on it. I'm not gonna rush though, so go ahead. I'm not gonna show you, how it is to sail it. That's
I
really
want
just,
that ship. I'm not gonna lie.
Just as part of the content
It's
for
wildly
this
expensive,
episode,
but I want that ship.
I'm starting to have ideas for my ocean journey, but everything will come in a timely manner, I guess. All right, back to the shipyard. Welcome back to the shipyard. So to support the rigging of that big boat over there, we're gonna use our junk to try and see what we got additional, and I think that it's gonna be pretty similar to what we saw in Dragon's Cliff. So we have the 17 and 20 yard junk square. We're not gonna find Latin or junk here.
I keep hearing him clicking on things, and I'm like, wait, what am I doing?
I don't think there was. Maybe the 10 yard was added? Not sure. But yeah, so it seems that, with a combination of sails from the lagoon and from Dragon's Cliff, you'll be able to play around with this boat. That's another thing that I'm actually very, very keen on finding out pretty soon. Now looking at the big sails that are now available in Dragon Cliff for a start. So I have a junk here that I removed the mizzen and the foremast because we're looking at big sails. I think the junk square 17 but for sure the square 20, which is obviously a bit too big for this boat, have been added. So pretty massive. Obviously that's to help with different sailing or rigging options for the new boat. And then if we look at the junk, so we have the 17 yard junk, which is too short for this boat, and we also have the 19, which is absolutely massive. It's insane. After that, if we go to gaff, I don't recall any changes there, and no changes as well on the jibs. So mostly square and junk, new sails for DC. We all know how critical it is to keep a balanced diet, and this is one of the new features brought to the game. Good morning and welcome to
this part that
MasterChef
he's
Sail Win
talking about
Edition,
has not
where we're gonna
transitioned
look
over
at
to
what
this
it takes
setting,
really now
like this
to
version of the game
get
just
a
yet.
balanced diet and stay healthy in the game.
That would
So
be if I
before
run the
go any
beta
further,
variant, and the
if
beta
you would like to
variant
discover everything
has
on
a
your own
habit of crashing
and not
anytime I
be
alt tab
spoiled
out,
with any
which
potential
is not
tips or any
conducive
description
whenever
of
I'm
how
trying to
things
pop
work.
out to start videos.
Raw Lion has made a nutrition and food preservation guide available in the game, which you can purchase in any of the capital, and it pretty much covers the basics to get you started. So make sure you bring that along on your first trip. So couple of things that I believe are going very well together in this update: food and dietary needs, as I mentioned, food spoilage and preservation, and overall storage, which can also be used for food. So we're gonna
Any
go
update
and
on the
dive
cooling
into
system?
each of those.
Nope. Except that they
If
gave
you
me a
open your
$10
UI, you will see that
refund
there has
on the
not
shipping
been
price.
any change to the
But that's
UI,
it.
except
That's the only thing
I don't
that's
know if
happened
you can
there.
see there is an orange slice on the left of my food
Yeah,
bar.
I got a package
That
like at the
means
start of
that
stream,
my
and I thought that
player
was it,
is
but that
liking
wasn't it.
fruits or vegetables. So we're gonna take care of that in a sec and see if we go back to the cheese icon, which means that all your needs are met. So let's go. But basically, yeah, before we take care of that, So this is where you can see whether you're having a balanced diet or not, right? So now let's talk about food storage. A big addition in the game is that I've purchased a box of cheese here. And by purchasing a box of cheese, let me put that aside because we're gonna need some space. You can now, so before you used to just press R and then put an item, a cheese in that case, in the box. Now, if I press R, it tells me that the box is sealed. And if I open the box, it will break the seal. Two main consequences of breaking the seal. One, you cannot sell the box in the market anymore. And two, your food is gonna start to spoil. But, you know, we feel adventurous, so let's open and break the seal. And here, you get your new storage crate. So let me close it just by pressing R again. It's now called a crate, which is flipping amazing because you can basically put whatever you want in there as long as it fits in the, it's a small enough item, right? And when you put it, so even if I put it here, boom, it goes straight in queue. And I think that's awesome. Same thing, if I take a cheese, and a smoked cheese at that, and then I reopen it, boom, everything did slide down by one. So that's pretty cool. All right, so it becomes, that's a huge addition to the game because you can then start storing, organizing your items. I also went shopping, so I had a small crate, and then I went to the Firefish market, and I went shopping, and then I could carry everything with
See, I
just
haven't
one
thought of
crate,
doing that.
which
This
is
was a
amazing.
clever idea for him to bring up.
And as mentioned, so
You can just
once,
carry one of those
there
small
is no more
boxes with
seal,
you
or
now
once
whenever
you
you're in
store
the
stuff
market.
in
But
the
then
crate,
again, I also rarely am
it's
buying
gonna start spoiling. So
like individual
the cheese
items,
is already smoked,
so I shan't get
so
much use of it. But
we're gonna pull one just for a sample. It should not spoil. Being smoked, it should not spoil. But I have some fresh stuff. So first of all, let me grab that orange so that I can eat some fruit and see how my player feels. And as you can see, it went straight away back to cheese. So I'm good. I have a balanced diet, I'm healthy, and that's good. Now, if you don't want to bother about having a balanced diet, I think you should be really fine because basically your player can last up to 3 weeks with an unbalanced diet before dying. So basically in 3 weeks you can probably reach your destination, and that way you can kind of ignore that. But I think it's super exciting. A knife, yep, we've got a knife now, and the knife is being used to actually cut in smaller pieces. Now, I just cut a small piece of smoked cheese. I don't really know if I'm gonna end up cutting a lot of smoked stuff because, as you can see, it brings a very little intake, but it's still pretty cool. Let me throw that out. We don't need it. Okay, so let's grab some fresh food and let's see how we can take care of that. I'll be back, I think. So if you don't press R to close your inventory, as you go away, it's going to close itself. You know what? Let me get some more. Let me get some more. Okay, I'm gonna grab 2 more meats and I'm gonna grab 1 more fish. All right. So, okay. How do we preserve food? You basically have 3 ways. 1, a smoker, pretty cool to smoke, obviously. 2nd, a drying rack, pretty cool as well, although it's fairly big, to dry up your food. And 3, you can salt it. Now, we're gonna go over the different one. I don't think you can smoke fruits, or can you? Yes, you can. Okay, you can smoke fruits as well, so that's pretty cool. But basically, I could put my salmon and start smoking it, but the fact is that cutting it first makes it so much faster to smoke. So we're gonna run that experiment. I'm gonna load 2 pieces. Yes, 2 pieces. And we're gonna discard the rest. Very good. Let's keep a clean kitchen. Damn. Day is already old here. That's fine. All right. Oh yeah. So you need to unseal as well your any type of boxes that you buy, which I think is pretty amazing. So new feature. You can see I currently have 1 piece of charcoal. The smoker here can take 3 of them. So I'm gonna fully load it up, and then we'll see how long it takes to smoke the different pieces. You need to be careful because it can actually burn if you leave it for too long, so we'll check that. So we've got raw salmon slice and raw salmon. So let's see how the status evolves. Now, you could think, yeah, but that uses a lot of resources. So I'm gonna use a drying rack. Now, the drying rack is not gonna be able to dry the meat quick enough. We're gonna try here. We're gonna put some meat, but it's very likely that it's gonna rot. And again, we cut it because it's much faster when you cut it. But yeah, that's I don't think that's gonna work. However, if we take oranges, so we're gonna put 1 uncut and 1 cut. So actually, just a little trick that I found out: you can put your item on the rack, grab your knife, and then cut it there. There you go. Yes, so sometimes it will fall, but you get the idea, right? All right. So we got fresh slice of orange juice. Okay, perfect. And those we're gonna discard. I'm not using the new feature where you can drop and throw at the same time, but that's fine. So we are still raw here. Okay. I got more meat. We're gonna salt it. Up. Put some light. Up. We're gonna salt 1 slice, and we're gonna salt 1 full, just to see what it's like. Salt. No. Okay, so maybe I need to take the salt. Yes. And boom. It's salted. It used 3%, and now I have salted pork slice. Very nice. Let's try for the big one. Wow. Okay, so that used 97. That used 13%. Okay, 3 times 4, 12. So it actually costs less to do it slice by slice than to do. Very interesting. Okay, we're gonna stop the class for tonight and resume in the morning to see where we are. Good morning, class. We are going to resume our exercise here. And so, after the night, no more charcoal. I have a raw salmon, so it's not cooked. And I have a burnt salmon slice. Interesting. All right, so we're gonna have more work ready for us. I'm still gonna put back some charcoal here. Damn. I wanted to grab the burnt, but it was, yeah. Okay. So let's see if that cooks it. I may actually Feed it up to the brink. Okay, I love this crate system, it's awesome. Okay, what do we have here? So we put those fairly late last night, so they're still fresh. Okay, that's fine. And here, look, I had my salmon, and it was in a crate, right? It was not outside, and
Once
it's
again,
the first
that
item
is a
that
great way to
actually
get yourself
spoiled
lit up.
and is now rotten.
If this ship had
So,
cannons,
yeah.
this would be
interesting.
That guy'd be looking at some guns getting
So
rolled
this
out right
is
about
still
now.
raw. Okay, so we have our
You do not
salted
creep
pork
up alongside
from
another ship
yesterday.
at night with no lights
I'm a
on
bit
like that.
hungry. I would definitely not eat it if I was in the middle of the ocean because I need to wait for some time. But I want to show you guys one of the side effects of the salted pork, or the salted method rather. So let's eat that, and you will see, boom, my drink bar takes a massive hit. So yeah, I don't know how I feel about that, because so first off, the salt doesn't come cheap, but you know, you can see that we couldn't cook and smoke a salmon with three pieces of firewood, and the reason why is because now even the stoves can take more than one firewood at a time. They've been fixed, by the way, so you know, no more struggling to put coal into them, so that's pretty cool. You can also put 3 there, right? I'm not cooking anything. Is that a smart move? You know what? Let's cook a pork slice that is not salted. It's not salted. 2. Okay, and let's see. So you're gonna have to monitor much closer what you're doing with your food here. And interestingly enough, the pork hasn't rotten yet. So while the dry rack may not be able to preserve the meat forever, it does seem that it extends its lifespan a little bit, which I think it's awesome. I really think it's awesome. We're still raw here.
Now I have to wait because he's parked right
Yeah,
in front
it's
of
gonna
us,
take a while.
and I won't be able to pull
Let's
up
see.
alongside the pier now because of that AI.
Okay, so it hasn't been that long, maybe 1 hour in game, and my sliced pork is already cooked. So that's pretty cool. Here we have no progress really. You know what? I'm gonna cook 2 more since I have enough. I still have some firewood going. Our fish is still raw though, so it definitely takes a while to cook the meat through the smoker. Interesting. It's gonna be very expensive in firewood to run the smokers, but then I like the hey, there is no perfect solution, right? And I think that's really cool. You can still eat the fish raw. I mean, you know, that's what I used to do most time. That's fine. But yeah, that's really nice. And then you see, I could very well, if I wanted to, I could take those, not the table. All right, as you can see, I activated the one-click new option, which is awesome. You can grab, throw, and drop with one key, and that's just amazing. So if you want me to show you, right, so I would, like, for instance, I grab, I click again, and boom, that's awesome. What an update. It's massive. Okay, it's taking a while, guys, and Wow. 3 more, and it's still raw. Okay. That's interesting. So you definitely need to cook your stuff before you... It went from 3 to 0. Oh, so it... Okay, it doesn't give you like each consumption. I don't think you can restack one by one. Because yeah, it doesn't go lower than... okay. So even though you may be able to cook with the smoker, sounds like a barbecue is required as well. Any progress? So now it's not fresh anymore, as you can see. It's just an orange slice. If you put that in a box, it's gonna spoil. So yeah.
That stinking AI had to cut in front of us.
And my pork still hasn't.
We had
isn't
momentum,
rotting.
and now we just
that's pretty cool.
Dead in the water because of that stinking thing.
You can start to have an idea of the depths that it's gonna add to the game, right? Oh, little pork. I like that because it's okay. We've got a smoked salmon. There we go. Okay, very cool. So I don't have my table anymore. That's fine. Boom. Look at that though. 4 and 4, and then I've wasted quite a lot of firewood, so very interesting. What's up with the oranges here? Still waiting. Okay, end of our second day of cooking here, and yeah, the pork has rotten, so that's yeah, that's done. Oh, I put a bun there. I found out I had buns. I tried to use my smoker to get there, but didn't work. The consumption of the smoker is what the hell? Yeah, I just for this class, I went through an entire crate of firewood. Yeah. So my oranges are still not dry, but they will get there eventually. And since this is not meant to be a deep dive on food management just yet, we're gonna move on to the next part of the update. For the last part of this update, I wanted to go and check Gold Rock City, and indeed, there was a different design of smoker. I'll keep that in mind for next time. I was also searching for some additional items that are supposed to be available for sale, but nothing I could really spot in there. While doing a quick hop into Dragon Cliff, I was able to see that some fresh carrots and fresh cucumbers were available. I guess Rolion will keep implementing stuff in different cities as time goes by, and I definitely look forward to that. This shape, I have to try. But all in all, amazing major update, and a lot more to discover and to learn in this game. And I'm sure there are stuff I forgot, as well as stuff that Rolion has hidden, as he is known to do. But guys, hope you enjoy going back in the game, and until next time, take care, and I see ya!
All right. Time for another solo overnighter in the woods. And guess what? Rain is in the forecast. Let's get to our spot and get her done. Okay, so today's that day. Rain is in the forecast. Anywhere between 1 and 5 hours from now, it's going to dump and it's going to rain throughout the night. So I'm behind the power curve a little bit. Now, think back to our video we did a few weeks back on our $100 thrift store challenge. In that video, we found a 10 by 10 ordinary utility tarp, and we set that up in a tarp tent configuration. And I mentioned that I wanted to revisit that when it was actually raining. So today's that day.
For crying out loud, cooperate.
Okay, so here's the back of our tarp and our center loop. The one to my left, I'm going to stake it down. I'm going to pull it tight. The one to the right, I'm going to stake it down as well.
That one AI has caused us so much trouble. It's almost not even funny.
So with the two back stakes that are in, right there and right there, I'm going to take this corner and we're going to tuck it under, directly in front of the stake. Same thing on this side right here.
How on God's green earth is that still pivoted like that?
So from here, taking our stick with our shamag, we're going to place it underneath. We're going to start right here at this loop.
Of course, now we're going to back into the island, because why wouldn't we? I'm gonna sink that boat. If they ever implement cannons, I'm sinking that one.
Alright, from here, there's two things to consider. Room and elements.
Okay, I don't like doing it this way, but I'm going to do it this way because I'm starting to get genuinely irritable with it.
Second is I want to block the wind and the rain that's coming. So taking this front loop, I want to pull it forward and up as far as possible to shed that water off. And to do that, you can simply tie a piece of cordage to a tree branch above you, or take that cordage and tie it to a stake out in front. Doing that will block your entrance. Also, if there's a fire out here, it might melt that line. So we'll figure this part out here in a minute. On the back side, we have loops as well. I want to get one of those loops, put a toggle through there and pull it back and open up the back side so that I have a lot more room. All right, so plan A. Why? Because it's starting to rain. And when that occurs, you got to cut corners and shut down or shift to something else. So we get the ground pad inside here. We have our guide line. I'll just put the fire off to my right so it shouldn't interfere with the guide line. And hopefully it'll all work out. As always, all the gear in my videos can be found in 2 places. One, my Amazon influencer page, and 2, my Self-Reliance Outfitters influencer page. And if you're interested in Corporal's Corner merchandise, that can be found on Teespring. All 3 links are found inside my description box. I want to lower this end right here so the water's going to travel up diagonally. Then lift the backside and create sort of like a curl. That way the water's going to hit it, travel down to this low spot, I can collect it.
Okay. Just gonna carry it up there then. Game's being persnickety. You person. Time to buy that box. Then we're gonna go to the tavern. We're gonna sleep until the next day. A lot less money to spend, but we're well stocked on our supplies. I wish I would have thought this through though, because this is one of the areas where I have to walk quite far to bring my stuff back from the town, and that was not smart. I should have done this on on the other island or something. No, because the other island wouldn't have been any help either. Curses. Oh well. I'll get everything loaded aboard, see what cargo we can buy. Just move that out of the way for now. Guess while I'm thinking about it, dang. That's going to be such a thin, narrow, like such a narrow.
So under that tarp, it's just too
profit
loud. So
on
we'll
those,
sit out here and we'll get wet. Corporal's version of Spanish rice or dirty rice. We have 2 cups of rice, your choice, 4 cups of water, 1 can of diced tomatoes with oregano, garlic, and basil, half can of tomato paste, seasoned to your liking, and topped off with extra sharp cheddar cheese. Man, oh man. Catch you all in a few. If you like what you see here, please do me that favor. Hit that like and subscribe button, then ring that notification bell. Once you ring that bell, please select all notifications. Then take it a step further, grab your cell phone, download the free YouTube app and sign in. This will give you push notifications when my new videos drop.
So much time wasted today walking up and down, bringing the supplies down to the ship.
Alright, this crap ain't gonna stop anytime soon, so it's gonna be kind of impossible to actually hear what I'm saying. That rain is just too loud in that tarp, and that sucks. So, here's what it is. You wanted a wet weather video, you got solo overnight in a rainstorm. Here we go. can almost guarantee the fire is going to go out at some point, but I'm going to utilize this heat that I have right now to dry myself out and hope for the best. So, this is what it is. So I gave you guys a different fire starter. Now you see me take the duct tape before and actually roll it up into small little cigar shapes and light the end with a big lighter. All we did here is we went ahead and took strips. If you look at those strips closely, there's small fibers inside there. And then we used our ferro rod to light one of those fibers. And it actually burns through the tape, and then you just fold it over on itself, and it actually will congeal down into a molten mess. So, which will dry the wood out and light your fire. So, it'll work. So I talked about the construction starting at my house last week. It actually starts tomorrow. So I'm going to get out
the
of
last
here
crate.
early AF and get back because 0730-ish, 08, I got basement guys coming and construction crew to start working on my
Something
house.
tells me this man is military or former military. Call it a hunch going off of him referring to his rice as corporal's rice and now using the 24-hour clock system. Call it a hunch. But he might have been Army or something. Who knows?
Close to 6 o'clock. And the rain finally stopped. So, coffee time.
Alright, now we can load the pork on board and see what contracts we can find that are heading back to the capital.
Mystery coffee. Drop me a comment and tell me what you think it is. Let's talk about this shelter. We have a 10x10 oilskin tarp from Bushcraft, Spain, set up in a tarp tent configuration with a tarp awning over top. It started dumping rain halfway through my video and all through the night. Put the fire out, but I was actually comfy and dry inside this bad boy right here. So, gonna revisit this probably a few more times, but in a different way.
Really wish the crates were either just slightly wider or these slats were slightly thinner.
And there you go, solo overnight, camping in the rain. With that, all the gear in my videos can be found in 2 places. One, my Amazon influencer page, and 2, my Self-Reliance Outfitters influencer page. If you're interested in Corporal's Corner merchandise, that can be found on Teespring. All 3 links are found inside my description box. Now please do me a favor, hit that like and subscribe button, then ring that notification bell. Once you ring that bell, please select all notifications. And as always, thank you for your comments, views, and support. Thanks for watching. Get out in the field, have some fun. I'm going to catch you next time.
Okay, let me find us another video.
I'm Jake O'Neill, creator of Animagraphs, and this is how a 16th century sailing ship works.
Seems appropriate.
My model is patterned after the European tradition, specifically English shipbuilding techniques of the period. I used the famed Golden Hind ship as my closest example, while also taking research from the Mary Rose, Mayflower, the Dutch ship Vasa, and Spanish galleons of the time to craft a thoroughly researched but generalized model. The Golden Hind is interesting not only because it was one of the earlier ships to sail around the world, but also because parts of its expedition were unofficially sanctioned piracy of Spanish galleons, at which it was wildly successful, bringing back the largest Spanish treasure captured to that date. These exploits happened between 1577 and 1580. This is the early age of sail, when ships began to cross the globe instead of merely following coastlines or crossing large internal bodies of water. I made another video about HMS Victory from 1765, which is closer to the other end of the age of sail. Laid side by side, you can start to appreciate how sailing ships changed as time progressed.
I've run up to the town so many times, my brain just was like, we gotta go up there.
To give you a basic idea of her size, I've placed a modern light pickup truck on deck. Average English males were 5 foot 6 inches tall in this time period, so I've sized our human model to suit.
Wait, hold on. Did he say 5'6"? They were manlets. Those poor men would never stand a chance on Tinder.
Starting, as all ships do, with the laying of the keel, which is the thick beam at the very bottom of the vessel that runs from the front or stem to the back or stern. Much of the structure is made of oak and some elm wood. To form long beams, shorter length timbers can be joined together, which we'll see in a moment.
See, I wish that all the slots were like that.
Cross pieces called floors are fastened in place across the keel and sandwiched on top by another beam called the keelson. The stem post at the front and the stern post at the back are attached to the structure. To show some examples of how all these pieces are joined, I've dissected the stem post into its individual timbers. Special diagonally shaped cuts called scarf joints are made at the ends for a very strong bond. Iron spikes or nails fasten these pieces tightly together. Timbers are either carved from trees of the desired shape or can be bent with various steam techniques. With this, the first planks can be added. Plank boards are about 4 inches thick, in the range of 9 to 18 inches wide, and anywhere from 5 to 30 feet long. Iron nails are driven in at each end. Wooden spikes, called tree nails, are driven in at each frame in between. Now, the frame is extended with upward curving timbers, called the first futtocks. Interior planks enclose the frame. Curved riders further strengthen the structure.
Yes, I know I'm at the wrong port.
With special planks called thick stuff at the bottom.
Thick stuff. Very good name.
Breast hooks fortify the bow. Ship construction continues upwards from here. Decks have a dense network of supporting timbers, all named. Heavy brackets called knees are visible at the sides. Standing knees point upwards. Hanging knees point down. And lodging knees lay sideways. Masts are supported at each deck and attach at the bottom through large blocks called mast steps. The main mast is over 100 feet tall. We'll look closer at the masts, sails, and so on later. Exterior planks are also built up with the frame, and similar methods are used to attach them to the structure. Gaps are sealed or caulked by jamming frayed bits of old rope in between the planks, then covering it with hot melted pitch or tar made from tree sap to keep it from rotting. The watertight exterior of the ship is called the hull. There's some debate about hull coatings to guard the vulnerable underwater portion of the ship. Paintings do exist from this era showing white coating, called white stuff, which is made from whale or fish oil, pine pitch, and sulfur. The hull was under constant attack from shipworm, a tube-shaped, wood-eating sea creature, also barnacles, and other marine growth. The general cross-section of these ships is called a tumble-home hull, where the shape curves inwards and gets narrower as it goes up. Now, having seen the frame and general structure of our ship, let's head back inside, starting with the lowermost compartment, called the hold. To keep the ship balanced upright, weight has to be added to offset the above water weight. This is called ballast. Our model has over 100 tons of ballast in the form of coastal rock material, sourced from near her build site. Starting towards the front or bow, there's the ship's galley. Later ships put their cooking ovens higher up for easier heat dissipation and smoke venting. Some ships of this era show the oven in the forecastle. The oven is enclosed with brick, as fire was a constant concern. A large copper cauldron covers the top. In rough seas, there was no cooked food, and sailors had to make do with dry food like bread or biscuits. Smoke flows into the wooden hood above for smoking meats. Apart from cooking, the hold is the main storage area for the ship. Food supplies include bread, biscuit,
It's also where
salt
I spend
beef,
the most time.
cheese, butter, and beer.
Just obsessively trying to get the cargo to lay out in
Beer,
a way
for
that
example,
is
was
tolerable
issued
to me.
at 1 gallon per man per day. At a crew size of 80 sailors, that's about one of these barrels per day. For a long journey, every part of the ship would be packed with storage. At the center of the hold, there's framing for a well where water collects in the bottom of the ship to be pumped out. This so-called bilge water was often smelly, rotten stuff, but sailors were said to distrust sweet-smelling bilge water because that might indicate a leaking hull. There's a locker here which holds shot for onboard cannons and other armaments. The idea is to keep such heavy items as low in the ship as possible.
Yep.
The hold is a dank, dark, claustrophobic place.
Which is why I very
A
rarely
ship's
put
lantern
stuff up
provides some
top.
light.
I put stuff up top if I gotta, but if I can put it down in the hold,
Lanterns
I'm gonna put it
hold
down in the
tallow
hold.
candles,
Keep
which
our,
is a kind of cooked
our
down
center of
animal
gravity
fat.
lower.
Translucent material at the sides is made from thin pounded animal horn, or parchment. Moving upwards, we enter the orlop deck, which overlaps the waterline. Here at the back of the boat, we see special bread rooms at the sides. Bread is stored away from the hold in these dry rooms. Bread rooms further protect and insulate the central powder room, where gunpowder for onboard armaments is kept. Fire-producing items like lantern storage and the galley stove are at the other side of the ship for the same reason.
Keep it as far away from the munitions as you can.
Moving to the front
For
of the
obvious
orlop
reason.
deck, we see the anchor cables laid in coils for proper drying. There's
Last thing
storage
you
here
want,
for
knock a
sails and
lantern
many other
over
items
onto
needed
a,
to keep the ship running,
onto
like
a
spare
wooden
wood,
barrel full
carpentry
of
tools, rope, and more.
gunpowder. As it's a very quick way to end a
Now let's head back up the
expedition.
ladder to the main deck, which is the first deck fully above the waterline. At the front, we see the very sturdy built bits, which hold the thick anchor cables in place when the anchor is deployed. Framing for the bits extends through decks below. The cables run the length of the deck to the capstan, and from here through central grates down into the hold. Just behind the main mast, there's an elm pump for pumping out bilge water. A hollowed-out elm trunk forms the outer pipe. Elm is preferred for its rot-resistant qualities. The pump brake or handle has a long metal rod with a leather valve set up at its other end. At the bottom of the pump, there's a leather stopper that only lets water flow in, but not out again. Foul water empties into troughs beneath deck planks, and out through blocks in the framing with holes that open to the sea. There are 14 large cannons, more appropriately called guns, lined out at the sides. These are the Saker model. The barrel is 9.5 feet long.
I wish I
with a
could
3
have
1/4 inch
cannons.
shot diameter, or caliber. They weigh nearly 2,000 pounds each. The Saker can fire a 5 1/4 pound shot, approximately 2,400 yards, or nearly 1.4 miles, using 4 pounds of black powder. The smaller ropes or lines are for positioning, and hauling the gun in to reload and back out for firing. The much thicker line around the barrel is the breech line, to absorb the cannon's incredible recoil. There's a wooden wedge for vertical angle control. At the stern or back, there are 2 smaller Falcon model guns. These are 4 feet long with a 2-inch caliber and weigh between 200 to 400 pounds. They can fire a 1-pound shot around 1,667 yards, or nearly a mile, using a 1/2 pound of gunpowder. From here, we follow the stairs, called a ladder or companionway, up to the weather deck, which is exposed to the open air at the waist of the ship. There are 2 more Falcon guns at the sides. The second capstan here is actually connected to the capstan below, and they rotate together when in use.
Now, it's funny because you can see on these older ship models that, like, there's only one set of
Moving
stairs.
aft, we arrive at the helm,
And it's
where the
like,
ship
you know,
is
kind of
steered.
centralized. That way it doesn't take up too much room. I wish I had that kind of a thing for this brig. As I'll be honest, having
Instead of the classic ship's wheel you
like
might
the
expect,
2 curved ones on
which
either
came
side,
into
I'm
use
not
more
a
than
big
a
fan
century
of.
later. This is the whipstaff. The helmsman stands on a platform with a small sheltered cabin that opens into the deck above, allowing views of the sails and rigging and the outside. A cabinet called the binnacle is secured in front. with a gimbaled compass at one side behind a pane of glass, and a lantern at the other side. There's a small chimney to let off lantern smoke. The whip staff itself is a long pole that extends through a wooden bearing in the deck, which allows the pole to rotate. The pole is attached to a long wooden arm that runs through the main deck below, with an arched beam for support. It's attached to the ship's rudder. If even more steering angle is needed, the pole can move up or down for added reach. The rudder itself is attached to the ship's keel and the hull with iron hinges called a gudgeon and pintle. The pintle has a pin, and the gudgeon a hole, with straps that make use of all available space for proper attachment. Moving back to the weather deck, we continue aft into the great cabin, which is a congregating space for the captain and upper-ranking crew members. There's a balcony at the back called an open quarter gallery that wraps around the back and sides. Heading now towards the front of the ship along the weather deck, there's removable grating for ventilation, partial protection, and for hauling items above and below decks. The ship's boat rests here. A network of pulleys and ropes can be set up from the ship's overhead rigging for moving the boat and other heavy items
I've just
in
seen a
and
rigging
out
I
of the
kind
ship
of want to try.
or between decks.
Looking on the server.
We travel through doors at the front into the forecastle. It didn't acquire its shortened forecastle name until later. The chamber would be filled with gear and possibly additional cannons.
That's very tempting.
Forward of this room, we arrive at the beakhead.
Essentially turns
There are
the
outside
ship
toilets
into a
here called
naval
heads.
cutter.
Let's continue upwards to other exposed decks above. The forecastle deck has 2 swivel guns. Which are loaded with a removable chamber. That's then jammed into place with an iron pin and fired with a lighted wick through a small hole at the side. There's a rail here for belaying or tying off rigging ropes.
I might do it.
Heading
I'm not
aft, we
gonna lie.
arrive at the quarterdeck.
We gotta make some money first.
There are 2 more swivel guns here. The helm viewport opens to this deck. There are ladders on the aft wall to the poop deck above, which is the rearmost exposed deck. Below the poop deck, we see the captain's cabin,
Oh no, he sleeps below the poop deck.
with a personal bed, desk, and storage areas. While we're on the subject of beds, the Golden Hind set out with a crew of 80 people. Hammocks didn't come into common use aboard sailing ships
Did you
until
just
the
hear
early
poop
next
deck?
century.
Yes, you heard poop deck.
So crew
I'm
would have
actually
slept on
stood
mats
on the poop,
wherever they could
the poop
find
deck,
deck space.
currently.
With a solid understanding of the ship's body, let's have a look at what makes her go: the masts, rigging, and sails. The ship has 3 masts.
Did you
The
not know
foremast
that
at the front,
ships had a poop deck?
the main mast
It's
in the
literally
middle,
what it's called. The rearmost
and the mizzen
raised
mast
deck
at the rear.
is the poop deck.
There's also the bowsprit
So
at the
this
front,
section up here is the poop deck.
which
This is my
extends from the
main
main
deck.
deck framing through the beakhead.
And then down below is the hold. Since I've only got the 3 levels, it's just that.
The 2 forward masts and components are the main propulsion for the ship, and the mizzen for balancing and steering. The fore and main masts have 2 separate sections for added height. A wooden
Interesting
block
name
called
choice.
a mast cap
Yeah.
provides some structure,
I don't know what the reasoning for naming it that way was, but
as well as the beams which support the mast top, or fighting top as they may be called, where sailors could post up to defend the ship.
I thought that
These
the poop
huge
deck was a
masts
common,
with associated heavy
a commonly known
equipment slung
thing.
high in the air,
Just because it's
need
kind of funny.
incredibly strong supports.
Oh, wait. Hold on, the wind's coming in at that angle,
A
and I'm not
standing rigging
taking advantage
holds
of
masts
this.
in place with shrouds behind the mast and stays in front. The shrouds are much more built up, since sails generally pull at the front of the mast, even when sailing in a zigzag pattern into a headwind. A set of dead eyes at each shroud provides rigging that can be adjusted or tightened down. Metal components and a short section of chain links attach the lower deadeye to the hull. Sturdy chain wales or chain plates extend from the ship's sides to support the deadeyes.
Well, I mean, Faithful,
Some
at
of
least
the
you
darker
fit right
colored
in.
lines or cables are what's called
I named
served
the
lines
community
to guard
Special
against wear and
Forces
tear.
for a reason.
Smaller rope, called worming, is wound into the spiral gap. Then it's wrapped in tarred canvas parceling. And finally, tightly bound with tarred line at the exterior. Shrouds extend up and around the mast top. Sections of rope called rat lines are tied to the shrouds so sailors can climb up to work
So that's
the
where
sails.
it comes from. That makes sense then.
A second set of dead eyes and shrouds attach to a wooden bar here to secure the topmast, which also has its own stay. It runs through a pulley or block at the foremast before belaying at the forecastle. The fore topmast stay has supporting rigging at the bowsprit as it winds down to the beakhead. The sails themselves are supported by heavy timbers called yards. They ride, generally speaking, perpendicular to the mast, making this what's called a square-rigged ship.
Yep, which is what
This is where we
we're
get into the
largely
running
using.
rigging, or rigging that's intended to move or adjust while underway. Foot ropes seen on later ships don't appear to be in common use at this time, so sailors either had to straddle the yard, or the yard could be raised and lowered to work on the rigging. Yards are far too heavy to be hoisted up by a single pulley and rope. Ties at the yard
Don't tell this game that.
extend through fixed pulleys called sheaves in the mast.
As everything is a
And
single
down to a moving
winch
pulley
in
or
this
block.
game. as otherwise
In this case, a block with
manning
multiple
one of
pulleys
these by
to make a
yourself
block
would be
and
utterly
tackle setup.
impossible.
With the night below and its corresponding pulleys. Here's how it looks in action. The line for hauling up the yard is called a halyard. When not in use, the halyard is tied off or belayed to the night.
Why is homework so hard to stay focused on while doing it?
There's
Good
an extra
question.
sheave in the night for a top rope, which helps hoist the top mast section up into place. Many of these components are removable, for instance, to ride out a heavy storm. Back to the yard, to keep the heavy timber in check when hauling up or down, it's tied to a set of wooden rolling beads that wrap around the mast. This is called a peril. There are ropes at the sides called lifts. The ties at the center bring up the yard and secure it in place, and lifts keep it steady side to side. Also at each side, there are braces to control vertical yard rotation around the mast for positioning the sail. Before we move on, here's a zoomed out view of all the yards and matching components for each. The mizzen yard's braces look a little different, but still perform the same relative function. Lifts, braces, ties, and halyards for the upper sails, called topsails, might run through blocks attached to stays before making it down to deck level. The spirit sail yard at the front, attached to the bowsprit, looks a little different as well. Having seen the running rigging for yard control, let's look at the sails. Using the fore mainsail as our example, it has a lower fabric extension called a bonnet. The sail is tied or bent to the yard and unfurled when in use. If you can imagine how much force is placed on these sails and how heavy the ship is, it's clear why each part of the sail must be skillfully controlled while underway. The lines at a single sail do get a bit intricate, so I've kept with the bold coloring scheme to make each part easy to take in at a glance. Clue lines at the corners, and bunt lines in the middle let the bottom of the sail down. The sheet line at the back, and the tack line at the front. Position the sail's bottom corner. Web-like lines called martinets keep sides in check, with bowlines extending forwards.
You know what? We're at least going to check while we're in the harbor, see how much it would cost us to set up our rigging
in later ship designs.
the way I was looking at.
Still, it's important that the sail keep its ideal shape when filling with wind and doesn't flap excessively. By moving all these lines in well-orchestrated procedures, the sail can be positioned around the mast to maneuver the ship. Zooming out, here are those same lines at all the other sails. Notice how some lines from top sails run through blocks at lower sails on their way to the deck. And that's it. All of the rigging for the ship demystified. As you can imagine, the decks of these vessels were literally covered in coils of rope. And learning the ropes, as they say, was something sailors took years to master.
Which is where that term comes from. That's why we say one is learning the ropes.
Before our model can set sail, we need to raise the anchor. Ships carried various anchors. The example shown here is 12.5 feet long and 7 feet between its points, weighing in at around 2,800 pounds, about as much as a small modern car. To haul the anchor back in, ships sail towards the anchor, which is marked with a floating anchor buoy that's stowed on deck once retrieved. As the ship sails towards the anchor, sailors turn the capstan, possibly from the deck above, to avoid having to step over the heavy anchor cables as the capstan turns. The removable capstan bars could accommodate many sailors on multiple decks if needed. Wooden bars or rods at the base can rotate to lock the capstan in place. Once the anchor stock showed above the water, cables were lowered from a beam called the cathead and hooked on to the anchor ring. This cathead tackle brings the anchor up out of the water. A second portable tackle was laid over the side to fish the hanging end of the anchor up so it could be secured at the ship's side. Crane-like beams of this kind are called davits aboard sailing vessels, and this is the fish davit. With the anchor stowed and the ship preparing to set sail, let's have a look at how navigation worked during this time period. In 1577, many ships had already crossed the Atlantic, and some had sailed around the world. This map or chart is from 1543, for example. It's a Port-o-Land-style chart, with straight lines between various ports and destinations to help navigators plan their route. The red blotches indicate rocks or other dangerous obstacles. Because of the way the Earth spins, determining north to south position or latitude is possible by tracking the position of celestial bodies in the sky, like the sun or certain stars. These objects trace reliable paths across the globe from our perspective at the surface.
Mine don't even have certain islands on them.
Navigators used various devices to track celestial objects. I've shown the astrolabe here. If you use the ocean horizon as the baseline, which never changes, you can measure how high in the sky objects should be at a known point, and compare the difference where you are to get north to south location. It took 2 people to operate. The observer ensures that the straight bar through the center of the device is aligned to the horizon, while the person holding the astrolabe rotates the dial or sighting vane until the chosen celestial object appears framed in the small hole as it peeks over the front sight piece. The observer takes the indicated angle from the dial. By modern standards, these readings aren't very accurate. The ship may be heaving to and fro, and since clocks or watches of the period didn't work well at sea, time of day was judged by sight. Many ships were lost, and navigators often had to go by visual reference points when approaching land. To complicate things even more, in this time period, east to west position, or longitude, could not be found at sea in the same way. The Earth only rotates on one axis, so there's no way to get a reference point for external objects traveling east to west.
Yeah,
Instead,
no.
navigators used a technique called dead or deduced reckoning, which means a calculated guess. If you know how fast you're going and in what direction using a compass, you can use the dividers with the distance scale on the map to walk along your travel path. Of course, even though your intended bearing would be a straight line overall, your actual heading at any moment might look like a zigzag to make use of changing wind directions. Let's see the tools for getting speed and direction. For speed, sailors throw a 3-pointed log chip off the back, so shaped to float and hopefully hold its position in the sea.
And that is a device you can actually get in this game.
While knots at pre-tied intervals are counted as they slip over the edge. Another sailor turns a 1-minute sand glass at the same time. The number of passing knots in a minute indicates the current speed. For direction, a gimbaled compass with a weight ensures the compass remains level and accurate despite the rolling ship movements. The compass card has a thin iron or steel piece beneath that's remagnetized by contact with a bit of natural magnetic iron ore. The assembly rides on a sharp pin extending from the bottom of the case. The 24-hour day is divided into 6 4-hour watches. There are half-hour and 4-hour sand glasses, which are meticulously tended to. Bells or whistles sound every half-hour and between 4-hour watches. To keep track of time, direction, and speed, navigators used a traverse board. At every half hour on a 4-hour watch, a pin is inserted into the corresponding compass reading. With 8 pinholes in a line and 32 compass degrees. Speed is tracked on the hour using the 4 rows at the bottom, with speed extending left to right. At the end of the watch, this data is recorded into the ship's log. Ocean depth is also a critical measurement. A sounding or lead line is lowered to the seabed, which has bits of leather tied at intervals and a lead weight at the end. Using all of these techniques, sailors navigated their way around the world, despite the limitations of the time. And with that, here's a zoomed out view of the whole vessel. I'm well aware of the sordid history of many explorers and the brutal world they lived in and perpetuated.
That's such a bad margin there. Good Lord.
However, sailing technology was not invented by these people, but rather progressed over millennia, with many cultures and civilizations contributing incredible discoveries that made these beautiful sailing works of art possible.
I'll be honest, we didn't need that last little bit, but the video was fine without the bit of white guilt at the end there. I know that exploration is a thing that some people, mainly those that were the losers, are still angry about to this day.
I'm Jake
because they
O'Neill,
lost.
creator of Animagraphs, and this is how an 18th century sailing battleship worked. We've based our model on the HMS Victory, which was first launched in 1765. However, our goal is to present a high-quality teaching model with
I don't know why he felt the need to add it in.
as opposed to a history lesson on the Victory herself.
I just wanted to learn about exploration ships and whatnot, and how they were designed, not get hit with racial
Let's
guilt
start with the frame,
for
which is
something that
constructed
I have never
primarily from
done,
oak wood, with
and
some
that no
elm,
one within
pine, and
100
fir.
plus years of me has ever done.
Timbers are joined, for example,
Like,
by pinning
no.
diagonal surfaces together in a scarf joint.
Get out of here with that crap.
Secured with wood or metal fasteners, and then formed into the desired shapes. Floor beams are connected to these vertical timbers and supported by horizontal and vertical knee braces. The shell or hull of the entire ship is formed in this way. Thick planks enclose the frame inside and out. At the waterline, the hull is nearly 2 feet thick. It's a floating tank clad in wooden armor. The masts, the tallest of which tower some 200 plus feet above the water level, are supported at each floor as they extend to the massive keel beam at the ship's very bottom.
Otter,
where they're
hello.
anchored with
Welcome
large
in, my
wooden
friend. How are
blocks
you doing
called
today?
Steps. At the exterior, the hull below the waterline is covered with copper plating to protect against harmful marine growth and for improved water tightness.
Doing all right. Just relaxing and listening to some
Now, let's
videos
tour
while we
each floor,
play
starting
Sailwind.
with the hold in the belly of the ship. The hold is the main storage area. A bed of rocks
Occasionally
provides
having a
terrain and
rant about
stability for
something
stored
or another.
items, as well as ballast, which is weight added to balance the ship. The Victory had 38 tons of extra ballasting on one side when built. Iron blocks were also used to supplement ballast weight. There are wooden ventilation ducts at the fore and aft for improved air quality.
You're trying to get forklift certified. Oh, good. You'll
At
be
the
able to
back
help
of
me
the
unload
hold,
all the
there are
cargo
10
then.
tons of flour storage.
I could use a forklift.
The nearby spirit room holds 50 tons of beer.
50 tons of
The
beer.
main area carries 300
An
tons
important
of water,
item for
50
a
tons of
naval
coal or wood
warship.
fuel, 20 tons of timber for repairs or other needs, 30 tons of salted meat, 45 tons of biscuits, 15 tons of peas, and 2 tons of butter, among many other items.
2 tons of butter.
A shot locker holds 120 tons of cannonballs.
That's
and
not
other
enough beer.
projectiles.
I mean, yeah, depending on what navy you're in.
A hold well collects water in the lowest part of the ship to be pumped out. The Grand Magazine stores 35 tons of gunpowder and is lined with copper to keep the powder dry, protect it from sparks, and keep rats out. In the nearby filling room, sailors prepare gunpowder cartridges for the ship's cannons, called guns. The orlop deck is above the hold and straddles the waterline. As such, there are no side openings to provide light or airflow. There's a network of removable floor gratings through every deck at the ship's centerline for
Yeah,
ventilation.
I wish I could
and for
get
transferring
cannons in
items,
this game, I'll
including
be
cannons
honest. There's
and
nothing
so
to
on
shoot at,
throughout the
but,
vessel.
but I'd love to have a cannon
At the
or
rear
two.
of the orlop deck, additional gratings provide more ventilation for the hold. This is the bread room with flour and biscuit storage readily available for meals. Daily rations are dispensed from the steward's room to mess cooks. The steward may sleep here if needed to prevent food theft. The steward's appointed cabin is nearby. There's the purser's cabin.
Man,
and
imagine
store for
having
the
to
purser
sleep
who
in the
handles
food
accounts and money.
storage to make sure no one's stealing.
And a marine's clothing store. Across the other side, there's a dispensary for medical supplies. The surgeon has their own cabin here for sleeping and performing mostly non-battle related procedures. There are also stores for the
We'll mess
captain
with it in
and
the morning.
lieutenant.
We're not going to have enough to actually do the modifications I want to do because we're poor right now,
for junior
but
ranking officers, usually in their teenage years. Hammocks are hung here for sleeping.
I'll reel this thing. Actually, no, we're not even going to reel this thing
Front
in. We're
and
going to
back
move
hanging
this thing
magazines hold racks full of
because it's
ready-made
been in the
gun
way
cartridges,
multiple times now.
which are specially prepared sacks of gunpowder for cannons.
And I own this ship, so it's my right to move it.
The hanging magazines are framed between decks, suspended in a fashion for enhanced protection from catastrophic damage sustained in action. Light comes from an adjacent room with a lantern behind glass panes for safety. There are hatches throughout the orlop deck floor called scuttles.
They aren't a restricted item in California.
Many of these are in strategic
Very
areas
nice.
for guarded
You want to get a
access to the
puckle
ship's
gun
valuable
replica?
stores in
Oh
the
no.
hold beneath.
Don't
The
forget to
cockpit
get some
area
square
in the
shot
middle of
if
the
you
floor
do.
is used to treat crew
You never
members
know
during
when the
battle.
Turks will arrive. You may have
Moving
need of
towards
it.
the front of the ship, sail rooms provide storage for sails when not in use or when held for repairs.
For those who don't know that reference,
Cable tiers hold coils
historically,
of anchor
you
cable
use
and
round
ropes
shot for
with
cannons,
open walls to allow
but
proper drawing.
there are square shot, which is specifically
There are
reserved for
cabin
shooting
and
at
storerooms for the
non-Christians.
bosun, who oversees some of the deck crew. The bosun stores have items
And that
related
is
to
a
rigging,
historical thing. That
cordage,
is
anchors,
historically
sails, boats, flags,
a practice.
And so on. The onboard
At least on
carpenter has a
paper.
cabin
I
and
don't know
fully
how
stocked
often they
workshop
actually
for
use
ship
square
maintenance
shot because
and
it's not
repair.
very accurate, but
A narrow passageway along each side of the orlop deck, called the Carpenter's Walk,
Tetrahedron
ensures
shot?
unobstructed
Ah.
access to the hull at the waterline,
A man
which
of,
is especially
of
important
taste,
for
I
any
see.
damage sustained in this critical area during action. At the front of the orlop deck, there's the gunner's store for all things related to armaments, including rifles, pistols, and supplies for the many onboard cannons.
okay.
Lower gun deck.
This will be where we're going to keep the ship.
The
That
lower
way
gun
it's
deck is
well
built to
out of the
support 30
way of
guns
my
of
larger
the
vessels.
32-pounder class, weighing in at over 100 tons in total. 32-pounder refers to the 32-pound shot these guns are designed to fire. Guns are maneuvered for aiming through a system of ropes and pulleys at either side and at the rear. Tools with long handles are mounted above the gun. Sailors must lean out of the gun port to access the barrel. In order of usage for firing, the worm, with a metal spiral at its end, is inserted
also
into
a
the barrel
tavern?
and turned several times to
No,
catch
this is
any
an art
unburned
place.
bits left
I forgot.
inside. Next, the wet sponge extinguishes any
No,
remaining
oh
embers.
come on! I'm
A cartridge
right
is loaded
there.
and rammed home with the rammer.
What are
then,
you,
a shot, round or otherwise, is loaded and also rammed
bruh?
home.
I'm like
Nearby
5
fire
feet
buckets
away.
hold
What do
water
you
or sand for
mean?
fire extinguishing. Wooden poles lift the barrel to allow
That's
adjustment of a wedge at
frustrating.
the back, which controls gun pitch.
I don't even know how
A
much
thick
money it
rope
just
limits
took.
rearward roll due to the powerful recoil after a shot is fired.
Yes, I am having a blessed Monday.
At
I'm
the
having
front
a
of the lower
good day,
deck, there's a
despite me
manger where animals are sometimes kept.
caterwauling about the
Anchor
game.
cables enter the ship through holes at the bow and can also be laid here for temporary
There we go.
storage or drying. Sturdy wooden structures
Fraxinol,
called
because I
vids,
walked into that stupid art gallery.
whose beams extend to the deck below for added support, provide tie-off points for anchor cables to prevent any movement while anchors are deployed. Moving further back, there are 4 bilge or chain pumps with long handles so that many sailors can operate them in unison.
All right, we're gonna go look at 2 different
These pumps remove
configurations
water
for
from
the
the
ship
hold
and
well.
try to figure out what the prices are looking like. how much we'll need to
The cranks
retrofit the
drive a
ship to
chain
one of
with
them.
leather discs.
I think I know which one will be cheaper, and it's just because I won't have to remove any of the masts that we currently have.
To lift water up into removable wooden tubes on the deck floor that guide pump water to drains at the ship's side. All 4 pumps operating simultaneously can move 465 gallons of water per minute out of the hold. In front and behind the pump area, there are large rotating capstans for hauling in the anchor cables. More on this process later. In this same area, there's also an elm tree pump, so called for the rot-resistant elm wood used in its construction. These general-purpose pumps draw up seawater from a hole in the bottom of the ship for cleaning or fighting fires. Middle gun deck. 28 guns of the 24-pounder class are positioned along the middle gun deck. Shot garlands with projectiles line the grating and stairways, called ladders, at the center. The ship's main entry port is situated in the middle. There's a dedicated sick bay at the front.
Now I'm curious how they did that on the
main galley
server.
for food preparation and distribution for some of the officers and all of the regular crew members.
They must be
with a
using
large iron
mods or
stove
something
that
for their
exhausts
design.
through
Okay,
upper
that
decks to the
explains it.
outside. The stove includes a water condenser for distilling fresh water from salt water. Capstans at the center are connected to those of the middle deck below. The rear of this deck has officers' quarters and the wardroom for officers to eat and congregate with a nearby pantry. The panel walls are either
Yeah,
folded
'cause
up
they've
and
got-
secured
they've
or
got
carried away
the
entirely to make space for guns
Main
during
mast
action.
too, but they've got rigging that goes all the way out to the
As such,
bowsprit, which you
those
can't
inhabiting
do.
these quarters often share the limited space with onboard guns. A wooden cover at the back can be removed to expose the rudder, especially for emergency access. Upper gun deck. The upper
No
gun deck
foremast,
holds
yeah,
30
so.
12-pounder guns. Moving to the front of the deck, roundhouses at either side are accessible to officers for a more private restroom experience.
What a
Sailors of lower
shame.
ranks must venture outside
I
the ship
actually liked
entirely
their design,
to the
but
forecastle,
they're using
where
mods
there
and
are
I don't
6
have those.
open-air
So.
toilets called seats of ease. Simple canvas partitions form a small sick bay as needed. Non-commissioned officers' cots can be hung nearby for sleeping. There's a skylight for the galley below. Nearby chests hold rifles and pistols. Removable tables are slung between guns, with equipment chests as benches. There's a bag that holds flogging ropes and the famed cat of 9 tails for disciplinary action. Heading aft, there's the Admiral's sleeping quarters, dining quarters, and day cabin. The nearby quarter gallery has a private toilet as well. As with other floors, wall paneling can fold out of the way or be removed to clear the floor for action. Quarterdeck. The captain's accommodations make up the rear of the quarterdeck, including a private toilet, day cabin, dining area, and sleeping cabin with the captain's relatively luxurious hanging bed. Moving forward, there's a cabin for the captain's personal secretary, and the shipmaster's cabin at the other side. The steering wheel sits at the center, exposed on one side but shielded overhead by the poop deck floor. a single rope wraps around the steering drum and extends through the quarterdeck floor, passing through the upper and middle deck floors to the ceiling of the lower deck, where pulleys redirect the rope as it spreads to either side of the arced tiller sweep. Metal rings in the tiller arm guide the rope to tensioning gear at either side. As the wheel rotates, ropes move, guiding the tiller gracefully along its arc. The attached 3-story tall rudder swings on metal hinges, which are fastened tight to the keel. Focusing back to the quarterdeck, there's a binnacle in front of the ship's wheel which holds 2 compasses for redundancy, and so that sailors on either side of the wheel may take accurate readings. A lamp sits at the center with a small chimney to let off lantern smoke. A row of fire buckets hangs from the poop deck beams above. Various 12-pounder guns line the sides.
Yes, he did say
the
poop
center
deck.
of the quarterdeck is open to the upper deck below, with skid beams and cradles to secure various onboard boats. There's the launch, which is the largest boat, able to handle the anchors or a ship's cannon. Pinnacle boats transport senior officers, while the barge is for the admiral. Cutters, the smallest and fastest of the boats, are mostly used for emergencies. During battle action, all of these boats are used in some capacity. There's a belfry and bell nearby. The frontmost part of the quarterdeck is called the forecastle, hearkening to older ships where this area was raised up from the deck. There are 2 68-pounder carronade-style guns at either side. They use a special sliding frame for aiming and recoil, with small wheels underneath. The large, heavy shot, paired with a shorter, thinner barrel, uses less gunpowder to deal maximum damage at close range. Poop deck. The short poop deck is a raised section at the rear. Its name derives from the French word for stern, la poupe, which I suspect would somehow sound even funnier among age groups predisposed to such humor. A skylight illuminates the captain's dining quarters below.
I think you all just got called out.
There are cranes called davits on both sides for hoisting items to and from the ship, including the onboard boats. Shelves at the rear contain many flags for signaling. Hammocks. So far, we've seen hammocks for officers and other higher-ranking individuals. However, most of the ship's 800-plus crew were barely allotted a shoulder's width of space in which to occupy their respective hammocks. Cannons are secured to the ship's sides to make room for sleeping sailors. While decks can accommodate many hammocks this way, because of watch routines aboard the ship, only half of the crew would be asleep at one time. During action, rolled hammocks are stacked in side netting to make a protective barrier around the quarter and poop decks. Hammocks are also regularly transported above decks to be aired out. Anchors. The ship carries 7 anchors. The bower's anchors at the front are the main set, with a backup pair of anchors slung nearby. These heavy anchors weigh around 10,000 pounds apiece, with the cables weighing even more. There's a crane on either side in a beam called the cathead, which is used to safely lower the anchors from their shipside perch. Once in position, the massive 8-inch diameter anchor cables handle the rest. Depending on the scenario, raising and lowering anchors could be grueling work, taking hours and involving many sailors. Capstans are vertically connected through the lower and middle decks. Guns are rotated as ladders and pillars are carried away to make room for large removable wooden bars. With 6 or more sailors to a bar, the capstans can accommodate tens to hundreds of sailors at a time.
Magic.
The anchor cables are too thick to warp around the capstan base.
Why
Instead,
is
a
all...
messenger rope makes a loop, winding around the capstan.
Okay, I think we need to wrap it up because I think the game's getting unstable because my laptop is dying.
As the capstan turns and the messenger rope travels, crew use sections of rope called nippers to tie the anchor cables.
Rest I need.
And they both move together.
Yes. Rest.
Cables pass
I don't
through
even know
decks
what
to the
most of these
previously
are
shown
down
cable
here.
storage in the orlop deck.
Oh, this is... Oh, come on. Dude.
Masts, sails, and rigging. There are 3 masts, called the mizzen, main, and foremasts respectively. Each has various sails which hang from horizontal beams called yards. Since the yards are perpendicular to the masts, this is said to be a square-rigged ship. Triangular staysails hang between masts to aid in various maneuvers or make better use of available winds. The bowsprit at the front originates from the upper deck below, extending up and outwards to provide rigging for the foremost sails, called jibs.
We're getting everything back on the ship, and then we'll save the game, and that'll be where we wrap it for now.
Some yards have studding sail beams that extend laterally with attached sails of the same name for added speed in good weather. The impressive density of these rigging lines can be daunting at a casual glance. Let's break things down for easier visualization. Shrouds support the masts side to side. They extend up from the ship's hull to platforms above, and from platforms themselves further up the masts. Deadeyes allow adjustment as lines may stretch over time. Horizontal rat lines in between turn shrouds into rope ladders that sailors will climb to interact with sails and rigging above.
Every word I ban is suitable to be
Stays
banned.
provide front-to-back stability. Many of these structural lines are coated in black tar for increased durability against harsh sea life. Finally, the running rigging controls the sails themselves.
Never let anyone tell you otherwise.
Let's focus on setting just one sail. Sailors ascend the shrouds and do their work from ropes suspended beneath the yards. When stowed,
Those who would
the sail
claim
is
that I
lashed
have
neatly to the yard with sections of
incorrectly
rope
banned
called
certain words are
gaskets.
simply
These gaskets
dissidents,
are
you see.
untied and coiled to begin the unfurling.
Rebels, even.
Bunt
Not to
lines
be
run
trusted.
through the sail with leech lines at the sides. These lines are let down, allowing the sail to drape. Clew lines at the corners are then loosed as well, allowing the corner to lower. As the sheet line at the back
See, Faithful has just revealed herself.
and the
She is a
tack lines at the
dissident.
front are hauled tight.
Do not trust her.
The yard hoist lines are hauled to lift the yard upwards into place. The sail is now fully set. The yard is secured to the mast but can rotate around it. Yard brace lines at the sides and sheet and tack lines at the corners must be loosed or hauled in careful orchestration to position the sail. The lines for the sail are operated from deck level. Some may tie off at the shrouds, or to dedicated fife rails with many pins for tie-off points.
Indeed, see,
It
Chonky
takes
gets
all
it.
of these lines to set and
Chonky
operate
understands.
just one sail. Add all other sails to the mix, and the amount of rope on deck at any one time becomes enormous.
Okay, we've almost got it all repacked. Absolutely silly that it did that. Kind of frustrated. There was no reason for it to do it.
Creator of Animagraphs, and this is how a helicopter works. I chose a design that's seen decades of consistent service in roles like search and rescue, life flight or medevac, law enforcement, military, commercial, and private civilian ownership. This is the Bell Helicopters Model 407. As usual, I've taken liberties for the sake of teaching that may deviate from this specific model. Let's have a general look around the aircraft before diving into specifics for each system. The very basic principle of rotorcraft is the spinning wing or blade
the game's
that
falling
generates
apart
lift
right now because it
without
can't handle
requiring
it.
forward movement, versus fixed-wing aircraft or standard airplane.
All right. It's been fun, chat. Let's see who I can go and raid. Do we have among our fellow Christian streamers? Not much. At least not many that I'm aware of. Let's see. There is Charles, but he is on a BRB right now. I don't know who to raid. Well, I'm going to swap us over to our ending screen. We will, if you want, stick around for the raid, because we will be raiding out just as soon as I find someone to raid. But regardless, you all have a wonderful rest of your day. God bless you all, and I will see you again soon.
Fade from memory. Sounds a bit homo to me. Mike.
I mean, I'm always in favor of sausage. Sausage and pies. Get your mind out of the gutter. Why are you like this?
Why are you like this?
Chat.
That's who it is.
Is it Necro?
Hold up, let me clip that. Hold on.
What just happened?
Franchise.
No, the cheese, not the cheese.